Can you hear me back there in the back of the crowd? There's so many people. If everybody just please take a seat. Oh, wait, you are. Hey, listen, we're here for the general services budget meeting. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of integral pieces, a lot of departments. We're going to try to go through this as efficiently as we can because I know everybody here has family, and I know some of you have your favorite things to do, and it's not to sit here with us. So let's just stay to the point, try to stay focused on our budget tonight. And we'll worry about future projects later, but let's work on what we have in front of us so we can make this efficient for everybody. I'd like to start with everybody standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Sue, would you lead us in a pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll start with the roll call for the General Services Committee. Council member Figueroa will not be here tonight due to a illness. And we have Council member Steele.
I'm present.
And I'm the chair. I am here also, or else I wouldn't be speaking. In attendance, we have Council member Men. We have Council member Conley Wilson, Council member Soriento, and we have our ex officio Council President Carmelo Mantello. Everybody's here. I'm ready to rock and roll. We're going to run through this in a platform that was designed to be efficient, according to our comptroller. We'll see how good he is. But we're going to start with OGS administration. We're going to work the engineering from there. Then we'll do the golf course. We'll do the rec administration, parks, ice rinks, youth services, facilities. Then we'll touch on garage, parking, street snow removal. Well, that wasn't quite parking twice, was it, Andy? And then code enforcement. So, Andy, I'll let you kick this off and you can start the show for us. And please announce what page you're moving to on the budget so that everybody can follow you.
So we'll start on page 59. I'll let Commissioner General Services go through this. However, I do want to note there is one error, and I apologize for this. There are two errors in the budget that need to be addressed tonight. The first is line 423 uniforms on page 59, which is $0. It should have been $33,000. I apologize for that. That's a big error. If there is not an amendment to correct that in the budget process itself, there will be a budget amendment brought forward in January to appropriate to that account, but I do apologize for that. The other correction that, bless you, that needs to be made is in streets, and I can address that at that time.
Let's address that when we get there, Andy.
Each supervisor will be here this evening to go through their budgets and answer any applicable questions that council members may have.
Great. Oh, should I announce that we have the Deputy Mayor, Chris Nolan, Chuck Waiton, the Commissioner of General Services, and Annie Petrosky, our loyal comptroller, at the table, in case you can't see the back of their heads on a TV. I don't know why we have a camera back there.
Thank you.
We need.
You want me to start or?
Go right ahead,
Okay.
Chuck.
The 100 lines are contractual. As Andy mentioned, there's a zero for the 423 uniform line. That is also contractual with CSEA. That is 5 short sleeve shirts, 5 long sleeve shirts for each CSEA member.
Chuck, just a question. We buy those every year? They get new shirts?
We started last year.
So every year we, oh, good.
Basically, we buy one for every employee, every CSEA member, and we buy extra for ones that come in. They have their department logo on them, the department name. The ones that we buy extra just basically say the city of Troy, because we're not really quite sure what department we're going to be hiring for possibly.
Okay, great. Good thinking. Continue.
That's pretty much all of the increases in this budget.
Chair.
Council President?
Yep, I agree, Chuck. The only thing I saw in this budget, I did see it. Andy, can you make sure as a follow-up that the council gets the represented employees agreement. Do you recall what the steps were off the top of your head? Or
In
no?
2023, it was a 4. In 2022, it was a 3. In 2021, it was a 2.
Okay. When was that passed? 2 years ago or?
I believe January 2020. Or February. It was first quarter 2020.
Okay.
Right before COVID took us down.
That was the only thing I said, check us. Chair, just a follow-up question. When do you want to go through the revenues in the front? Do you want to try to break it out per department or?
That would be my preference.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, OGS administration, any other questions from the council members? All right, thank you, Chuck. Let's move on.
Thank you.
Engineering. Number 2, engineering.
Page 55.
Aaron, how are you?
Good, council member.
We have Aaron Vera, our city engineer, now at the table for you guys. You can see the back of his head. Now we can look at the back of his budget. Go ahead, Aaron.
Well, the biggest changes, I suppose, are the elimination of the traffic engineer position. That was removed from the 101 line item. Generally speaking, all of the other changes were relatively minor. We had a small increase on temporary salaries, an increase in longevity, an increase to vehicle and gas based on recent usage and recent pricing, an increase in postage due to notices and certified mail, things of that nature. We did zero out office equipment. That was a goal of mine early on, was to purchase new equipment, new computers, scanner, copier, things of that nature. We've made most of those purchases at this point. So in the interest of, trying to save some money with this budget season, we've zeroed that out.
All right, I got you.
Reductions in office supplies, printing and advertising. Most of the 400s saw a slight reduction.
Aaron, the increase in temporary salaries, was that due to needing more people or just,
That's me being around.
huh?
That's me being around more.
That's all we give you for your services.
That's not. I'm not the only person on that line.
I'm only teasing.
So
All right. All right, that's cool. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Any
Chair.
questions from the council?
Chair.
Council President?
Yes, a couple of quick questions, Aaron. The big one, what I noticed last year, we have 50K for consultant services. And that went up to, I see 62. But you're asking for 50.
yeah, that's correct. We've found other accounts to use to pay for consulting services. So less of it's coming out of our budget, more of it's coming out of the specific budget for any given project.
Okay,
Smart.
and I know the traffic engineer, you had asked for it last year. What
Yes.
happened? Yeah,
So the original budget for 409 in 2022 was $50,000, $66,000 that or $62,000 that's in the budget document itself is the original budget plus purchase order carryover from 2021 for services that were under contract but not yet invoiced. So you're seeing a carryover there. The original budget amount is the same year to year.
so it's more of a carryover.
It's a carryover that you're seeing in the budget document itself.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
And the traffic engineer last year, that was approved. Were you not able to find someone or?
I had one interview.
Yeah.
And the position pays $72,000 a year to start. And that's quite a bit less than what would be required in order to hire somebody.
Okay. I also, we won't get into it. I saw Sue, Councilmember Steele and I, our favorite stretch of roadway that the cushions started today. When do you see that finished?
We're about
I
a
won't
week.
get into individual.
We're about a
projects.
week away from completing that project.
About a week.
Great.
Uh,
Any
Chair.
other questions?
Chair,
Councilmember Men?
Aaron, about if we were able to hire a traffic engineer, what's the going rate that would be competitive to get more than one applicant?
Upwards of $100,000 annually.
Okay. Thank you.
Aaron? We don't have the traffic engineer. It's not in there, but you're running the department without the traffic engineer. How much of a benefit does that other person have to your program? And what would actually be their, their piece of the pie in your department that would
So,
pay for their pay?
yeah, they would be doing a lot of work that currently isn't being done. They'd be in charge of inventory on all of our traffic signals. They would be handling complaints as they come in, doing a lot more analysis and investigations regarding intersections, accident reports. They would, coordinate much more than I can with the police department along those lines. And then they would also be helping with design and in-house design, which would be a much cheaper alternative than going out to consultants.
Is that we currently do? We go out to consultants?
Yes.
Who's handling some of the internal stuff now? Collaboration with the police and the reports inside? Who's doing all?
All of that's being handled by myself.
Right, great, thank you. Any other questions from the council members? Councilmember Keani Wilson?
Would any of those responsibilities, would that be helpful for like an intern or someone like that to do, or like a civil engineer or something like that?
Some of those tasks,
Yeah.
yeah, they could be. But the position that we were looking to fill was a licensed engineer, somebody who would be able to prepare drawing sets, go out to bid. We don't actually have to, but they would have that ability to stamp the set of drawings as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe like the tracking of the conditions of the roads, that might be something that someone, or
Yeah, and we're also looking at other ways to do some of that stuff. I'm looking to work with CDTC on a roadway condition survey, things of that nature.
CETC?
CDTC.
and we work with them currently.
Oh,
So they-
yeah, we
they
work
were-
with
they were
them.
doing the federal
We do a lot of
projects,
other
right?
things with them.
Trying to get my acronyms correct.
Yes.
Appreciate
Trying to straighten mine out.
that.
All right, hey, any other questions for the council members?
Chair,
Council President?
thank you. Andy, this is more like overall. I noticed the longevity in each of the departments that it's spent the second half, and I know a lot of times that's closing an account. Do we spend those monies? I know you have to budget for them. Are they spent for the most part?
For the most part, yes. So the longevity payments for civilian employees is the first payroll in November. And the longevity payment for public safety is made in the first payroll in December. And then what we historically do will, at the November Finance December Council meeting, do transfers in and out of longevity accounts if there's savings or if there's a transfer needed to the account itself.
Thanks.
Any other questions, council? Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
Okay,
You'll be there.
we'll see you again. Next, we have on tap the golf course. I want that.
Can we actually start on page 8, please, which is revenues?
Start with revenue.
In addition to that, there is a handout for all council members. The golf course manager, Josh Buell, will go through the proposed rate changes for 2022 or 2023 in accordance with the handout itself.
You got my
And after page 8, where we headed?
Start on page 8, that'll get it for you.
All right.
Terrible, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Josh.
So I just want to go over our proposed rate increases and go over our mindset of why we're increasing the rates and then how we base the rates. So the first thing first is we haven't raised daily rates since 2019. We did raise season pass rates in 2020. They haven't been raised since then. We didn't raise them in 21 or for this year. And since then, we did start our project this year, as some know, and spend $2.5 million to complete our project, which is slated for completion next week, substantial completion. And we're proud of that. And we also think it's great for the city in the upcoming years. So if you look at for next year, what we tried to do was make our rates more competitive with our competitors, but still being a very good deal to come play at the golf course. And we also tried doing that while increasing the non-resident rate more than the resident rate. So for our residents, it's still a very good deal to play there. So in terms of the senior special, well, the tournaments are going up $2 a piece, which to me is not much. We haven't been able to host tournaments the last couple of years, one because of COVID. In 2020, we eliminated all tournaments. In 2021, we started tournaments in the month of August, and we just did August and September due to the COVID restrictions that were happening in the beginning of 2021. And this year, we eliminated weekday tournaments because of the construction project. They work mostly on a Monday through Friday basis, and it's hard to have groups of 100 or 120 people while the construction is going on for safety issues, amongst other things. So we anticipate in 2023, as long as the world stays somewhat normal, that we'll get back to our normal schedule with tournaments, which includes Monday or Fridays during the week, and then Saturday tournaments as well. We have eliminated Sunday tournaments, our busiest day at the course, so we leave that open for public play for anybody to play. The senior special you'll see is a non-resident senior rate during the week. So that's for anybody 60 and over for 18 holes. It was $24 this year. We're proposing to raise it $28. And if you look with Capitol Hills, Schenectady Community, Capitol Hills is $38 for that same rate. Schenectady Community is $32 for that same rate. Those are municipal courses. We compare ourselves to them the most. And then the Eagle Crest, which is semi-private, they also charge $28 for the weekday senior special. Our league rate is proposed to increase by $1 from 19 to 20. Our leagues are some of our biggest supporters, loyal customers, and $20 again. Capitol Hills is charging $25 for their league rate. Schenectady Community is charging $22 for their league rate, and Eagle Crest is $23. So while we're increasing it the dollar, it is still the lowest league rate around and competitive with everybody that we're competing against. The daily 9-hole non-resident rate is going from 18 to 20. Again, Capitol Hills is $26. Schenectady Community is $25. Eagle Crest is $25. So another small increase, but again, competitive, still the best deal in town, while recouping some extra revenue. And then the daily 9-hole resident rate, which I talked about, is staying the same. So we're not raising the rates on our residents for 9 holes. They can still pay for the same price as long as they spend $25 to get their resident ID card. They'll get that rate every time they come in. The cart rates are going up $2 for a 9-hole full cart. So that's our cart rates are competitive with, if you look at our competitors. We charge maybe a little more or along with our competitors the same rate. That's one, mostly because we have a lot of cart usage. Our course is very hilly. It's hard to walk. And we have gas carts. Gas prices are, what they are. So just a small increase to kind of recoup some of that money, but still competitive with everybody else. We're not far and away above them. And we do treat people, if they come in the cart by themselves, we just charge them half that cart rate. As you see in my sheet, some of the courses charge a premium. We don't do that. So we try to be, if people have a health reason why they have to ride by themselves, we try to treat that with as much sensitivity as we can. The 18-hole non-resident rate is going up $5 from 30 to 35, which is the biggest increase for a daily rate. However, $30 was a little lagging behind. We haven't raised it in a couple of years. 35 is much more what you'll see when you go to other golf courses, especially municipal courses. Capitol Hills is 41, Schenectady Community is 37.
We also charge the same rate, whether it's a weekday or weekend, which is nice for people that can only get out on the weekends. We don't charge them extra because they're playing on a different day of the week. That never really made sense to me. So that's something we've kept there. So a $5 increase, while the biggest of our increases still in line with everybody else. And the 18-hole resident, we did raise a little bit from 22 to 25. It's $3 increase, just because $22 for 18 holes, you really can't find that anywhere. And so we're still offering a $10 lower rate for our residents as compared to our non-residents. Obviously, the biggest dollar change will be for the season passes as proposed. It's $250 for the non-resident senior, non-resident single, resident senior. And then it's $200 for a couple. That's a little less just because it's for two people. And then the junior rate, we aren't increasing. We're trying to promote more junior golf across the board. We'd like to get our junior program back with next year with our improved practice area. So that's something I've been talking about with local professionals in the golf. So we haven't raised the junior rate. Well, I understand $250 is a lot of money, and I appreciate that for all of our golfers, all our pass holders. If you look at Schenectady Muni for the non-resident senior rate, which we're proposing to charge $1,200 for next year, it's $1,800 at Schenectady Muni, who last year raised their season passes 50% in 1 year, and are slated to do a construction project this coming year. We did not raise our rates before our construction project. We kept them the same, knowing that there would be some inconvenience this year with the construction going on. Non-resident single, so that's non-residents who live outside the city under the age of 60. We're proposing to charge $1,500 next year. At Schenectady Muni, they charge $1,950, so still $450 less than Schenectady. Our resident single, which is residents in the city of Troy under the age of 60, we're proposing to charge $1,200. Schenectady Muni, our biggest competitor in terms of municipal golf, is charging $1,500. And then our resident senior, which is going from $750 to we propose $1,000, is $1,350 at Schenectady Muni. There's multiple reasons for this. As the golf course has gotten better, the demand for season passes has increased. And while we love that, and we enjoy offering a better product, when you have a season pass, you don't pay for your greens fees for the rest of the season. When you don't pay for the rest of the season and you take up times on our tee sheet, it cuts into how much money we can bring in daily. So while charging a great rate, it is hard for us to recoup some of that money at the numbers that we were charging. So while we appreciate the increase and we know times are a little difficult at the moment, it's in the best long-term health of the golf course. It's also a competitive rate. It's also the lowest rate. We offer it, if you join a league, it pays for your league green fee. So if you're in an 18-week league and your league is $372, your pass pays for that. So the pass does still have all its pros to it. We don't have restrictions on how much you can play with it. So I do appreciate the increase. I do realize it's a decent amount of money, but we think it's fair and reasonable to get the golf course to the next step, which is what we're trying to do.
Great. Council, any questions?
Yeah, Chair.
Council President.
Yep. Thank you, Josh and Greg and the team. I mean, obviously the course has come a long way. I had the liberty of joining Greg on a tour, and I look forward to seeing it come to full fruition. You know, as a golfer, and hopefully I get to golf a little bit more, you know, I get that our fees are potentially not in line. I understand we're pumping millions of dollars into the golf course, and, you know, Josh, I appreciate your justification for a number of them. I guess one of the things that concerns me you know, the seniors, 250, kind of a big bump when you're also looking at 250 for non-seniors. You feel that's in line with Schenectady Muni, Capital, you know, some of the other Muni golf courses?
I do. For one, Capitol Hills doesn't sell season passes at all. That's Albany's golf course. They eliminated season passes about 10 years ago. For a lot of the reasons I talked about taking the tee sheet up, not offering money. So in terms of 250 for seniors, I understand. The bottom line is the seniors play the most golf. So while they're getting their rate raised $250, they're gonna play a quarter more rounds than somebody under the age of 60. So it's gonna balance out to they're not paying more per round than a younger person.
Okay, and council members do not get a break. right?
Absolutely not.
Wait, 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 I'm
Council
kidding.
members never ask for a break.
That's true
I'm
too.
kidding.
I'll-
Yeah, I'm kidding.
I'll cover it.
I do have a
next year.
couple, the cart fees, I do notice the revenue, Josh. You plan to get, we'll say about 75K more. Do you
Yes.
expect 75K more with the $2, the $4, those increases? They seem a little modest with that estimate.
Yeah, so a lot of that is because how I do the units numbers is based off historical data. And a lot of the data is based off 2021, which is our wettest year ever at the golf course. It rained every day in July. We closed like 18 out of 31 days. So it was crazy in 2021. So we based a lot of our numbers off that. It's hard with 2020 because it was a completely screwed up year with COVID at the golf course. We didn't have leagues and tournaments, so we kind of had to throw that out. So we based a lot of it off 2021. And that's why you're seeing a jump in cart revenue. Also, when you spend $2.5 million on the golf course and improve your drainage at such a level, there's days where we got a big rainstorm on a Monday, the carts aren't going back out till Friday. With the improved drainage, they're going to be out the next day. And that's something we've never had before. We've already seen it this year with the fall. There hasn't been one day where we haven't sent carts out. It's a
I mean,
three,
we lucked out this year.
Yes.
You got in there.
but in the fall, it has been wet. In September and October, we've had rainy days and it hasn't affected our carts being out on the golf course once the drainage has been in. It's
So
made a world of a
next
difference.
day, They got out.
The next day, we haven't had one day where we haven't let carts out.
Well, I was on the back nine and totally impressed, and obviously it wasn't even complete at that point, so I look forward to completion. Also, Josh, do you feel 30K in the fees? Don't you think that estimate might be a little more than 30K? How'd you come up with that?
Yeah, so again, it's based off historical data and things like that. Our greens fees, a lot of them are league green fees. That's a huge chunk of our green fees. Also, season passes are involved in that, and if we sell more season passes, the daily green fees go a little lower, so it's a differentiation with that. I expect to sell more passes next year. It's just the feedback I've been getting from golfers. Everybody's impressed. I had people come from Saratoga National that want to come join our golf course. So that's where I came up with the green fee numbers.
No, I mean, greens have never looked better, the fairways, everything. Even my son, who doesn't golf, said it looks beautiful, so. I did want to ask, did we ever consider a potential veterans discount? Have you ever looked into that? I know that some of the munis do offer that.
It is something we've talked about. I think it's something we can talk about more after next year when we get the rates more comparable. It was hard for us to offer a deal better than what we were offering. Again, a lot of the veterans are seniors. The seniors that come in, they were paying $42 with the cart. It's like the lowest rate in the area already. So that's kind of been my thinking towards that. I'd love to do a veteran rate. I think it's the next step after next year is kind of what we're looking at with that. We have discussed it. We discussed it this year as well.
If you could put in that bucket also a potential student discount, I mean, I'd love to encourage, I mean, obviously, we're getting booked as it is. I get that, but the more the merrier.
For sure. And RPI kids are using it more and more as the course has gotten nicer. We have
That's
seen an
right.
uptick in.
Maybe some type of college,
Yep.
with Emma and the others also.
Yep.
Okay, I guess on, just a total overview of this, do you anticipate potentially next year increasing them again? Or do you feel this will keep us stabilized for a couple of years? Like, I don't want to, be a part of, okay, we're going to increase 250, then again next year, another 250. What's your kind of estimate down the road?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think it's environment based a lot. I mean, you have to see where the golf industry is going. The golf industry boomed during COVID. It was one of the things you could do outside and everybody enjoyed doing it. So do we continue to see that? Or is it pulled back a little bit? So it's something to look at. I would be lying if I said, no, we're definitely not going to want to increase it again. I think it's something that you have to look at a multitude of factors. How many passes do we sell next year for sure? And is the demand that much higher to where we're selling so many passes now, we can't sell any open tee times. And then you really have to look at, well, if we have that many passes, you have to look at how much you're charging for them. So I think it's environment based. I don't have an exact answer. I think you kind of have to see where it goes.
And I apologize, one last, I'm so sorry.
Right, last one.
So
Over your 5
I
minutes.
was in a golf league. I hope next year to rejoin it. But, you know, saying that, I did see that that's going up $1. I know that you have, not an organization, but like a league type of meeting a couple times a year. Have you bounced these fees off of golfers, off of the leagues?
Yeah, I mean, everybody anticipates rate increases because they've seen the scope of work we've done up there. Everybody has been supportive in that, which is rare. I mean, people say the rates are going to go up, but the rates deserve to go up for the condition the course is in. None of the leagues, I've talked to every league president. We have 24 leagues. I've talked to every one of them. None of them have had an issue with the rates going up $1 per week.
And you've spoken to the seasonal folks also.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more pushback for that, especially with the seniors. I have a good relationship with most of these guys, and they see it. I mean, the golf course is so much better than it used to be. It's a tremendous difference. Greg and his staff are amazing. And really, the conditions are incredible. So they see it as well. Nobody's happy if they're going to have to pay $250 extra, but they understand it. And I think that's all we can ask.
And this isn't a question, but one last note, you know, I am going to really, really push for more accessibility. It's not your fault into the pro shop, things to that nature. Obviously, there's real problems getting into the restaurant and just the accessibility into the entrance. I know it's not your fault, but it's a big issue and it is something that needs attention to. So I'll just end with that, but I know it's not your fault, Josh, or you, Greg. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Any other council members have a question? All right, well, I guess I got to put my 2 cents in since I kind of spend a lot of time at the course. Only checking the grass. Though. I will say that the transition of that golf course over the last 4 years that I've watched it grow up from a cow pasture with gopher holes to an actual course you could call in line with a country club. I mean, it's finessed. It has the right pieces to it. Greg Tudor, his team, the contractor, Josh Buell, they've all worked very, very hard at putting together a course that we will have years of longevity with, and we'll be able to push the ladder a little because we'll have a quality piece of property that we own. And I would never think we'd ever get rid of it if we were smart about it. And I've watched it grow up, and I've talked to a lot of the golfers. I've had a couple that, you know, because you can't get everybody, but you had a couple that were crying over the raise in prices. But generally, everybody there expects it because they know they're getting the Cadillac of courses from these gentlemen right here. And they know that this is coming. And I don't think this should be the last one because I think the course will be worth so much more as we move into the future. But we have to start somewhere. And we want to make sure that it supports itself. The cost of chemicals, cost of product, cost of equipment is going up. And that means that we have to meet that demand to keep that course nice. We have to put the lipstick on there and make it what it needs to be, is pristine, because that's what people expect for the investment. And I think that we're getting that and we want to keep it. So I think you guys have done great work. Not that I need to, you know, swell your heads because I torture you when I'm there, but I think that you've done a great job. And I think this is a necessary move, one of many that we need to move to create more revenue generating businesses that the city owns to a point where it's worth it for us to look at that and go, hey, that's our prized possession. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Any other questions for the golf guys?
Yeah, page 142. Thank you.
Maybe
I was trying, Josh. I was trying.
What
I had,
Can't get away with that. Come on.
142, is that where we're heading
Maybe
next?
Yes.
$1,000 season pass for city council,
Yeah, okay.
city council
I don't-
members who are term limited.
I don't need that. Just want my job back.
Okay, so line 102 temporary salary. It was 130,000 last year. We are asking for 145 for next year. There's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, minimum wage continues to rise. As minimum wage rises, our part-time help makes more money. And also, we have developed a pretty loyal staff. And as you work at the golf course, part-time employees, if you're there year to year, you get paid more than even the minimum wage. You get a little bit of a bump. So to account for that, we did ask for an increase in temporary salaries. Also, with the project being done, there is more land to take care of. There's more traps. There's more tee boxes. There's more land that needs to be manicured, which means more manpower to keep it manicured. So that's why the increase in temporary salaries. There is a increase in overtime.
Council President.
Yep, sorry. On the temp salaries, Josh, are you finding, were you full this year?
Yes,
I do know a couple of people, but it was more toward the end of the season who reached out.
obviously everything changes year to year. Kids graduate from college, they may not come back. So we're always willing to take applications. We start usually doing that in February and March. We did have a good staff this year, Greg and I, very loyal, hardworking, reliable. It was a good year for our part-time workers.
Yeah, I think your rangers tend to be the same folks each year, aren't they? Retired normally. And
Mostly, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
cool. Thank you.
Overtime, we did increase. That's mostly contractually. Greg's 5-year bump is hit this year. Matt Kelly, who's our senior parks manager, his 5-year bump hits in March, so he'll be making more hourly. And my 5-year bump hits in January, so I will also be making more. So to offset that, we did raise the overtime a little bit just to account for that.
And Chair?
Council President.
Josh, on that note, I noticed, was your title recreation specialist? And now you're going to be parks manager is
My title now is golf course manager.
golf, I'm sorry, golf course manager.
Yep.
That's what I meant. But were you in the recreation specialist line?
Correct. That was my title prior to taking the golf course manager title.
So now, was that change civil service? Because now there will be no recreation specialist.
Correct. The recreation specialist was eliminated at the golf course and it was taken over by the golf course manager position in the Civil Service Commission.
Okay, thank you.
In line 24, 21, there is an increase there. That's our chemical line for the golf course. That's mostly due to the economy and the rates for the chemicals going up. Also, there's more land to take care of, as I mentioned earlier, with the part-time work, so a little bit more chemicals need to be applied. So that's why you see the increase in the chemical line, which is 24, 21.
Council President.
Yep, quick question. Have we looked at electric parts, Josh?
Yeah, to be honest, electric carts aren't feasible at our golf course. Between the hills, the rounds played, the technology for the carts, while getting better, still isn't there for us to be able to handle. Also, the electric component to where you now have to have 70 charge stations. We have 70 golf carts. It's a tremendous investment in terms of the electric, and we don't really have room for it as well right now too. So that, as the technology got better, it's something I would look into, but it's not there yet to where it'd be feasible for our course.
Do other munis have electric? Do you know? I know Saratoga National, some of the major courses, but do any of the other munis?
None currently. I have heard that Schenectady Muni is going electric next year. I will be interested to see how that works out. I also will note that Schenectady Muni is not nearly as hilly as us, and that does take into account the electric carts. Capitol Hills, which is hilly like us in Albany, they would never consider electric
Okay.
right now.
If you could monitor that, I think it'd be helpful.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
sure. And that's it in terms of increases for our budget.
Josh, one question on 304-0056D for gas. You're going from 33,000 down to 25,000? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Is there, I mean, with the cost of gas going up, I mean,
They were 18, I think that's.
Gas accounts in all of OGS. I'm going to touch on the whole spectrum. Is now that we have a electronic fuel tracking system In 2022, we are getting a much closer representation of what department is actually using gas. So you will see great fluctuation up and down throughout departments as we moved away from a paper-based system, which is the reason why the reduction is there in the golf course. The senior account clerk and the admin account does a really good job of tracking that and prepared the budget for the various departments based off of actual usage.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilperson Soriento.
No, I'm noticing here that for small tools and equipment, it's going from 8,700 to 0. What's that all about?
That was a piece of equipment that we needed to buy last year. The equipment's been bought, so we don't need the 8,700 anymore.
Chair?
Council President.
Josh, you don't have to give me an answer right now, but what do you estimate, how many season passes would you say that we sell per year?
Watch this.
I knew it. I knew Andy'd have it.
As of July 1st, 2022, there were 123 season passes sold.
Is that-
And that's total senior and,
So yes, that's all of them. There were 18 non-resident senior, 2 non-resident single, 6 resident juniors, 2 resident spouses, 30 resident singles, 65 resident seniors. So that, again, that totals 123. In context, in 2021, that number was 101.
and if I may, I hate to be so politically correct. I apologize. We should really change resident Manway, please.
Yeah, I did take that off the website. That's not how we,
I know.
that's not how, that's not how we categorize it when you come to buy the pass. I will say this too, in terms of the passes, the numbers, 2020 during COVID, the numbers fluctuated. 2021, COVID was still a thing. This year we saw an increase. That number is going to jump pretty substantially next year, is my opinion, from the conversations I've had with people.
And on the board, it doesn't say Manway.
No, it
correct?
does not.
Thank you. Good, thank you. How about couple?
Couple is what it says.
Thank
I'm glad we got that fixed.
you. Listen.
So, Josh, is there a point, is there a feasibility or a point where you might say, okay, we're gonna do so many season passes, like we're gonna have so many that we do, and we're gonna shut it down. So many non-residents, so many seniors, so many. Is there a point where you'd limit that, or are you just gonna have everybody come in and just get what they can?
No, I don't think legally I could do that. Could tell people that you can get a pass and you can't. I don't think legally I can do
Is there
that.
any way of limitations, so we're not?
I think the limitations would be to eliminate the season passes completely. If you wanted to limit it, that's the only way to limit it, because you can't, I can't tell
Like a
the first
resident
50
only thing?
people, yeah, you can get a pass, and then 51 comes in and I gotta say, oh, no.
Well, I'm
Well,
saying
we-
like, I don't mean it like that, Jess, of course. But what I do mean is like, if you said, hey, you know, we're only doing resident passes or resident senior passes, no non-resident passes, you could limit it that way. You could block it.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, if you just wanted to sell passes to Troy residents.
And I'm not saying that's the
An
idea. I'm
option,
just saying that maybe that's something to look at too, because I know we want to make sure that the course becomes self-sufficient and self-operating. In order to do that, we have to make some changes that not everybody's gonna like, but.
Right, I see what you're saying. That,
necessary.
yeah, okay. Yep, for sure.
As long as I'm not number 51, Josh.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just want to say thank you.
Welcome.
Anything else to add, Josh?
I'm good.
Greg, you got anything you wanna?
Just want to say thank you for all the support with the project, and
Put that right up your mouth so people.
I just want to say thank you for all the support with the project and the council members that have been here, and just want to say hello to the new folks, and I hope you can all come up and check the course out. So, thank you.
I do strongly suggest that if you do not play golf, you don't have any knowledge about a golf course, to go up and take the ride with Greg or Josh, so you can understand what the investment means to the people of Troy, and you can see what the prognosis and projections are for, residual revenues that'll come off of that course for years to come. because if you ever play golf, you wouldn't be able to see it, you know?
I will say this too, just as the course has gotten much nicer, the usage of the park by residents who don't play golf has quadrupled, in my opinion. The people walk at night, they stay out of the golfer's way, they enjoy the park. It has some of the best views in the capital region. And because Greg's kept the course the way it is, it just brought more residents out to be able to enjoy the park space.
A lot more walkers on the trails. Very good. Very good job, gentlemen. Thank you very much for tonight.
Thank you. Chair,
Council President?
I apologize. I did also want to give a plug, and I'm sure council member Steele joined me. The Fair Park Conservancy has just been an incredible partner. And I just wanted to throw that out there if anyone's listening. And then just real quick, Greg, you gave this, I don't know if you remember, a year and a half ago. It's the list of tasks from the master plan for the golf course, from taking down trees to you name it. How far would you say you got through this? It's 5 pages.
Yeah, as Josh stated, we're gonna be substantial completion next week. Completely finished by, middle of November. So we're on budget and on schedule.
I love
Great
it.
job, guys.
Thank you. That was a softball.
Awesome job. Thank you.
Mayor?
Mis-
Sorry. So
Sure it's
you
not a
think-
Buick?
Famous. No? Okay.
Hey.
I knew it was foreign. I knew it was foreign.
I have a black
Well,
Toyota.
I got a black Buick. Can they be a little, Mr. Mayor, can we ask him what kind of car it really is? Because like
Maybe it's not
we all got
Nissan.
4 black cars here and 3 of us are parked in front of the building. A Buick, a Nissan,
Toyota.
and a Toyota. Who's got a Nissan? You?
Not black.
Mine's white, so I'm safe.
Just tell them to shut it.
I'm the dork here. I've got the minivan.
Oh, well, it's probably my car, but there's not, oh, my golf clubs are
Ooh, you're close.
They were.
Josh
right.
will grab
there. We need to suspend this meeting. No.
that.
Hopefully we'll find out who it is. There you go. Oh, yeah, you can probably get that from too. Right now we have Recreation Administration, Parks, Ice Rinks, Youth Services.
Kevin.
Kevin, how are you?
Page 133.
For the 5,000 people watching the meeting tonight, this is Kevin Graber's back of his head. Andy will tell us.
He did.
There you go.
It's a good number, Andy. Chair, can I also request that the marina be added, page 8 to this section? Do you mind? Thank you.
Try to do that now or after? We can do that after. Kevin.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's a good
saying
one.
last. Yeah.
For recreation administration, there were no significant increases. For the Parks Department,
Page 136.
we had one significant increase in consultant services. And then for the Youth Bureau, yes,
Chair,
Council President.
thanks. Hi, Kevin. The consultant, yes, that 20K increase, what is that for?
for CLC, they take care of Riverfront Park, New Mount Ida and Old Mount Ida cemeteries.
So that's Brad Lewis? Is that his company or someone else now?
I don't know.
CLC.
I don't know who
did
the,
They raise the rates?
no, so it was being paid for out of the streets department, so. One of them, yes, part of it was being paid for out of the streets department. They are maintaining parks. So we're gonna reclassify that to be paid for out of parks. And then the 409 line in streets of $80,000 will be used primarily, if not exclusively, for tree removal and tree cutting third-party services in 2023. We can
So-
get to that more when we get to,
Okay.
we're moving, while it's for the context of this, the increase is offset by a decrease in the streets department.
One time out, Mr. Mayor, did you find out who owned the car? Oh, well. Well, let's hope they got a camera on it. Just don't touch the cooler.
Chair?
Council President.
Yep, in the parks, Kevin, I know that last year, there were, I believe, the recreation maintenance worker 2 was added, and we added a laborer, and I'm seeing 2 vacant laborers. Do you still have those vacant? Are you having a tough time
Yeah.
finding folks? And
Yeah, they're both still vacant.
do we know why we're having a tough time, or just?
Just to note, currently there's 2 labor positions vacant in the Parks Department. Within the budget, both of those positions have a deferred hiring date to April 1st, 2023.
And I think, just overall, I don't know, Kevin, are you in charge of the 3 mil that's been set aside for our pocket parks, or is that not in your hands? And I, as you know, I've been very, very frustrated. It was handed over to you, I guess, Chris. But I mean, 2.5 years in the making, we haven't seen a shovel in the ground. When can we anticipate, like, literally shovels going into the ground? Some of these pocket parks really getting those monies that the council appropriated, a couple of years back.
Yeah, we have the parks plan, and we are currently working with design firms on the various park designs. Part of the next step is going to be some public engagement, additional public engagement on what the specific items are going to be going to the parks. Admittedly, we did have difficulty getting design firms over the summer. They were very busy on other projects, including school districts, et cetera. I'm hopeful we're going to be able to rev that up quickly this fall, leading into the winter, with designs going out and bids going out for work to be started in 2023. So we did also complete the 4 fitness pads, which I was happy to see. Well, 3 of the 4, 1 is going to be completed in the next few weeks, the last one. And we did use part of the $3 million in funding to get those over the finish line as well.
I guess what I would like to see then is maybe a breakdown. Maybe Andy, you could give the council the ARPA plus the monies, I'm catching a cold, that the council bonded. So 3 mil, what's been spent to date, what is being proposed to be spent for the designs, how much is going to be left for actual construction. And if we could have a breakdown of, all right, Prospect Park, where is that in the making? Kinlock Park, where is in the making? I must tell you, I literally hear it every day. I see it every day. It's very painful. I really want to break down, and whatever we can do to expedite that, I'm willing to do everything humanly possible.
So
Chair?
to date, $244,781 has been spent. There is also in addition to that, $226,140 that is currently on purchase order. That's just the totals
Okay.
of it today.
And you'll follow up, right?
And that to date has been exclusively the $2 million approved, the $2 million bond resolution has been used to fund both the purchase orders and the actual expenditures to date. The strategy so far has been to use the bond. If we may pivot to use the ARPA, there will be other factors that go into that consideration in the coming weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see shovels in the ground. I know we all do, but I literally, like 2.5 years ago, when we bonded, or 3 years, it might even be now, we were assured at that time, we'll go out there, public engagement, did it, got the scopes. Now we're here in design after a year. I mean, it's very, very frustrating and to see some of our parks, you know, it's just unacceptable. I'm sorry. I'm super frustrated. We appropriated money. I want to see it out the door. So, sorry.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilperson County Wilson, then Councilmember Men.
I just want to say that I've seen some public engagement happening. I know Aaron hosted a really great parks meeting, just going over some of the different, like a month or two ago, going over some of the different parks and where they're going to be, and had some community leaders involved in that. And a lot of that was really well received. We have a lot of really great organizations working on it. So I do see this moving along. I agree. I'd like to see it be done, have it done by the end of our term, maybe. But a lot of these parks are really well utilized. There's a lot of really great neighborhood organizations, and appreciate all the work that Parks is doing. But if there's anything that we can do to help, let us know.
If I could just add, and Kevin's area of expertise is the maintenance of the parks. And I just want to commend him and the team for the work they do to maintain them. There's a lot more work that we can do. Design work, as I mentioned, is underway. That's really good work to be done over the winter. We can't have shovels in the ground. As I mentioned, Kevin was an integral part in getting the 4 fitness pads up and running in our various parks. So I was really happy to see that this year. But I really do want to commend his team for the work they do day in and day out to make sure that our parks are clean and well maintained.
Chair.
Councilmember Men, you were next.
I was at a downtown bid quality of life meeting yesterday with our community police officers. And one of the points that's brought up, and I know it's very impactful in a lot of the pocket parks scattered throughout neighborhood, was we have these great, very efficient new streetlights and cameras that are blocked by the trees, and specifically some trees in parks. In my district, Barker Park is obviously like a key one. And as we're going into winter, when you can't do concrete, you can't do that. Where's tree trimming going? Because it is creating a public safety concern, as well as making it more difficult for the police to do their work.
Yeah, so tree trimming in those instances doesn't fall to Kevin's area. But we do have the list from the police department, and we will be starting the tree trimming for the streetlights and to ensure that those cameras are accessible.
And when those trees do fall within a city park. I also had a conversation today with Sage for Sage Park. And again, it's some of the concerns there, and they're just trying to figure out the balance of what they should do versus us.
When it comes to trimming, if any of the branches are close to any power lines, our crews do not take any part in that. We do call in a crew that's under bid, it's under contract. Nothing against them, but sometimes they're not readily available. There's times we wait months to get them back in. Once we have them in, we load up as much as we can and pack that before they go again, because we don't know when they're going to come back. Some of our crews, Billy Wrangler, Streets, they are able to trim as long as, again, they're not in danger. And that's what we try to focus on. But honestly, when we get the tree service, we utilize them as much as we can, the time frame that we can.
Cool. And if you happen to run into that, where you're getting to that point, about to call them in, don't ever hesitate to just ask if there's any other spots, because, we'll do our best to get you even more granular information.
It's an ever-growing list, but yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, they're
Absolutely.
ever-growing trees.
Absolutely.
Chair,
Councilmember Steele.
just on the parks, 2 points. Deputy Mayor, when you get to the point of some sort of a draft design, is that the time you'll involve the community? I mean, I know in my district, we have folks who are chomping the bit to be heard on what they would like to see. So does that happen before the design? So I would just encourage you to stay in touch with us.
Yes, certainly, actually. So I'm hoping the public engagement can happen in the next month or two.
Great.
Before we finalize the designs. We have to get the designs firms working on this to a certain degree.
Right.
But then concurrently, the public engagement can happen.
Right.
And there's a number of key locations and outreach that I want to do with each of you to make sure that we're hitting all the various neighborhood groups and having that communication.
I appreciate that. That really
Thank
helps
you.
with the buy-in. And then I think we have to recognize that these have been very challenging years. I can't say post-pandemic because we're still in the pandemic. So I understand frustration with timelines, but that's not just with the parks, that's with everything. That's the new reality. And I think we need to be patient to a certain degree. We can still encourage movement forward, but we are also hindered by reality. So I think we need to keep that in mind.
One second. I want to go back to the trimming of the trees. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, Chuck, but you said that when trees are around wires and lights, we call in a subcontractor.
Especially wires, yes.
I thought National Grid always cleared the wires for free.
They do, depending on the time frame, and we have them here, and if it's something that needs to be expedited, we'll just have the service hit it.
But we try them first. am I
Yeah,
right? Try to
absolutely,
push it on
yes.
them to
Yep.
clean their wires.
Yep.
Okay.
Some start out to be just a trim, then it becomes an emergency.
Yep.
So when that happens, then we have to take care of it immediately.
I agree. Council President.
Thanks. Real quick, Kev, I used to play softball over in North Lake. I noticed the fields. Do we plan to just let the grass grow over those? What's the plan for the
Yes.
softball fields?
Yes, we're gonna have that just be a big open field. Both of the,
Sorry. Your mind.
both of the backstops are coming out and we're gonna plant grass in those fields.
So,
Nobody's been using them.
okay.
The league that used to be up there has folded years ago, actually.
Yeah, the co-ed league I
Yes.
played in, they kind of combined with Albany. I suck, but, so, okay, so do you plan to just make that field like accessible for flag football and some of the other things? But
Just an
do
open
see-
field.
Okay, I do see younger kids practicing. I don't see any of the leagues playing softball, but I do see practices there. So we're eliminating those softball fields altogether.
The fields themselves will be going, yes.
Okay,
The
what
infield
about
dirt.
going down the back road for a park across from the golf course by the tennis courts? Is that softball field staying?
Yes, for now. I think we're gonna get rid of that one too, because the backstop isn't.
Really?
Yeah,
Are we just not seeing people use them?
the only fields that are used are the Nick. They're used Monday through Friday.
What about 112th Street? Is that still?
That's
being
been gone.
used? I know, they used to play the big ball.
Absolutely.
Okay, so are there just not leagues anymore, Kev, or?
Not that I know of. The only
That's
ones that,
wild.
I mean, we've had the same leagues for as long as I've been here.
Okay, and no outcry for the softball fields at North Lake? No one's contacted me, which
Nope.
honestly, but I was curious, the game plan for those.
Yeah, we're gonna put grass in there now.
Okay.
Chair?
One last question, Chris, Steve Strikeman, we talked about North Lake, how it's just completely inaccessible to elderly, to handicap, I mean, to strollers. I mean, it's horrible. You literally go
playground.
down a hill to the playground on North Lake.
Yep.
Is that in the parks plan? Because I was promised it would be. Is that put in now?
So it's not in the park plan that is published online, but I spoke to both Steve and Aaron, the city engineer, and we are putting together plans for that in particular.
And one last pitch, I was promised 2 years ago, 3 years now, CDBG funds would be put for just some older kids, adult handicap swings. Our NIP grant provided the one at the 112th Street. To date, I have not seen any others other than the school districts. They have put one in each of their parks. It's very minimal. It's literally an $800 investment. That can happen literally tomorrow. So I'm gonna make a pitch again. I do every year. You gotta get some of the bigger kid handicap swings. I mean, it's just, it's an embarrassment.
So I'm not going to put Kevin on the spot as far as the number that we have, but we will certainly look into that.
Thank you. And, you know, I do want to say on last note, when I do ask, you know, for something happening, a constituent, a problem, you guys are very, very receptive. You jump to it. Chuck, you've been awesome in that arena, and Kevin, you also. So thank you.
Chair.
Councilwoman County Wilson.
Thank you. I'm just kind of curious, just an idea about some of the fields, something that could be lower maintenance than grass is like clover or something else that doesn't get tall. So you don't have to mow it every now and then, or just mow it once a year. Is that something that you guys would think about? Something that's just a little easier to maintain?
No,
No.
not at North Lake.
Okay.
If you know the fields at North Lake, the sixth hole is right there. We don't want clover on the golf course because
Gotcha.
it'll, the same mowers that mow there are
Mhm.
the ones that mow on the golf course.
Awesome. Yeah, if there are other locations maybe that aren't by the golf course, but
Mhm.
I'm just thinking that could be something that we implement in our parks so we don't have to. It doesn't have to be clover necessarily, but just something that's easy.
That's a really interesting idea. And also, I did just remember, we were actually just talking about council president, some additional parks putting the handicap swings in. I forgot that Kevin and Chuck and I were just talking about the other day. So
Chair,
it's on the list.
to follow up on
Go ahead, Councilwoman Steele.
Council Member Conley Wilson, I would suggest Beaman Park, the steep embankment on to Peoples would be an excellent place to do some planting that would not require mowing. I am always nervous when I see the guys on an angle.
Yep.
So, I mean, that would be a great, and I know we have RPI students that would love to cooperate in some way. So as we redo the parks, I mean, that would be a great conversation to have in terms of environmental friendly plantings that are also helpful to our maintenance crews.
Council members?
Oh, Chair? I apologize. Andy, this might be for you. I did notice when I was going through the parks lines, last year, I think the gas was included in the admin section, and then this year, was that moved? Was that just?
Yeah, we reclassified it to be exclusively the parks, just
Okay.
the operational efficiencies.
Okay.
So Kevin, that North Lake area, we know it's pretty atrocious up there. And I mean, just the ground itself, and when it rains, it seems to stick around forever. I think that was a lot of reasons why a lot of the softballers decided that there were other fields that were better quality. Utilizing that piece there, and I've spoke this to the golf guys many times, and also some of the administration, that another revenue generator that really is a simple generator would be a small driving range. So if we do take out that field at the lower part by the tennis court, that might be a very unique spot to maybe consider something like that, you know, at $10 a bucket. When, you know, people want to come up with their grandkids, that's a great place for them to, you know, have fun and make things happen. But I'm just saying, in the future, if you kind of consider that, if you do take that field out, and if not, maybe one of the other pieces. I know you can't do it at North Lake because the playground's up there, but that piece that's down by the tennis court could be utilized for a secondary revenue generator through that process. And I'm hoping that you'll consider that moving forward.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah. I want to throw in on that note for some of us who were around, having you were around,
Oh,
a prior city manager tried the plastic balls into the reservoir. Remember that? And yeah, so if it is a driving range, something different than that. I
Yeah.
think that went flat.
Yeah, that was
So
foolish.
thanks.
All the fish started floating to
Yeah,
surface
they
after they ate the
did.
golf balls. You know? All right, everything good? Anything else? Anything else on your budget we need to touch on?
Yes. Youth services. And ice cream.
Let's go. I have a question.
Ring. Ice creams.
Page, Andy?
130. 140.
Ice creams. Okay.
Ice rinks has 60,000 in it.
Ice rinks has 60,000 in it. It's literally to pay the utilities at Freer Park and the Nick.
Chair?
Council President.
Yep, on that note, I was approached and potentially you might have been approached, Councilmember Steele. The youth hockey folks, they have been talking about their upcoming, I think their lease is about to expire, or maybe they have a couple of years on it, but they would like to potentially make some real investments. They, have a great partnership with Grid and some other private folks. But they're concerned that obviously that investment, if their lease is only for 2 or 3 years, that potentially their investment, won't be able to happen because it's only a 2-3 year lease. So are we looking at a longer term lease? When does the lease expire? All that good stuff.
Did it die?
Kevin said, no, I'm done.
Battery then.
It's all Kevin's fault.
Do you want to take that hardwired blank? Oh, you guys, they're pros now.
Fair enough.
All right. I did meet with the Youth Hockey Association. We had an initial conversation. From a conversation that they told me that their lease is not quite ready to expire. Actually, there's a number of years left on it, but they are interested in extending it and also doing capital improvements. So that'll be part of a discussion. And once we figure out the details on what exactly that looks like, what the terms would be, et cetera, we'd obviously come to the council. So they did reach out to me though. So we're looking at the lease and looking at opportunities to improve the facilities.
Okay, they made it sound a little more pressing because the investments they would like to make within the next 6 months to a year. But saying that if you could keep us up to speed, that'd be great. Thank you.
Their contract is through August 2029, just to note.
Then why would they? Interesting.
I don't,
They
it was approved in September of 19. Then the term was through August of 2029.
Potentially, maybe they want it longer, I would think. I mean, they
10
were
years.
talking major improvements. So,
I do believe that we can check with Corporation Counsel's office, but one of the things that we have run into is length of contracts, which are the maximum length is governed by New York State law.
okay. I thought so. Thanks. Keep us posted. Thank you.
Any
As
other
far-
council questions? Okay, we're moving on to youth services now.
Yep. With youth services, we subtracted 50,000 from the budget.
What page? There it is.
146.
What do you mean you subtracted 50,000 from the budget?
Last year, we had 300,000 in youth agency. Now we have 250.
And that money's primarily used for programs or,
That money is the annual payment to the the Volunteer Recreational Youth Organizations of Troy. It's a $21,000 annual payment to the Troy Boys and Girls Club, Lansingburg Boys and Girls Club, and Troy CYO, plus the amount that's paid annually to the Troy Boys and Girls Club to operate the South Troy pool.
So why
Chair?
is it reduced?
hold on a second. Our youth program coordinator, can you talk about some of the programs that they've had a year in office? I had great conversations with her. Can you tell me some of the programs that have been initiated through that position with our youth organizations around the city?
Initiated?
Yeah, what has,
She's partnered with plenty.
yeah,
She has not initiated. That was not her responsibility as far as she knew. It wasn't her job to make up a program. She was supposed to partner with other people and help them any way that she could.
So her job is just to elevate other organizations, programs without trying to be creative to bring youth programs to the city. Like I gave her a few ideas for things with the high school and a couple of-
She's worked with both high schools.
Yeah.
Um,
Do we know what they've done? Have they, anything, has there been any results or?
results as
I
to
mean, what have they coordinated together? What has she done to help those organizations? I'm just trying to figure out what we're getting out of it. You know what I mean? What is the base? I know she's a great girl. She has a great vision. I'm just wondering how much we're letting her exercise her vision and creativity.
I mean, she's free to do anything that she wants like that, but that's not how her position was.
We can get you a list of what she's been working on.
Boy, that was a good side road, wasn't it, Chuck? She did that pretty good. I've been in that table before, brother. Thank you anyways.
Chair.
I'm just trying to figure out where we're at. I'd like to know more and have a conversation, find out, what we're doing here. Because I think she's got some great ideas and I hope that she gets to utilize them more than just stagnate them, Okay, who is next?
Chair.
Council President.
Yeah, I think when, the whole youth coordinator, I think we were hopeful of seeing just more active in the community, Kevin. Do you directly oversee her or does Chuck or who's guiding the present youth coordinator and then, or youth services specialist? And then secondly, have we not been able to find a second youth specialist?
So we actually just sent out notice to a second youth specialist today that we were looking to hire them. Didn't hear back yet, but we did send that out today.
I guess, on Jim's note, I would love to just follow up, maybe sit down. We might be able, to, obviously get a better grip on what the specialist is doing and what the second specialist is going to do different or more or focus on other things. I think, at least for me, I'd like to see a little more clarity on, what they're actually doing out in the field.
Mhm.
You didn't answer the other question. Who is the direct supervisor to the youth coordinator? You, Kevin?
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, brother.
Thanks.
Chair.
Perfect. Councilperson Soriento.
So I noticed here that the health insurance was zeroed out. Andy.
Health insurance is budget off the current enrollment and the budget's done and the employee in that department has not elected to take coverage.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions? Okay. Is that all we have for you tonight, Kevin? Thank you for your time, sir. Appreciate it.
Chair, if this isn't under Kevin, but if we could go to Marina, if you don't mind, on page 8. Do you mind?
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Kev. Thanks, Chuck. Thank you, Chair.
What page number is that?
8.
8.
So, Chair, on this one, it's on page 8, but it's also, you do have a Marina page, bloop bloop in the back,
131.
131. So I guess looking and comparing my notes from 131. So last year, when we agreed to have the outside consult or the outside firm come to the downtown marina, we were told that it's essentially a wash. I recall the deputy mayor saying, because let's see, if you look All right, at 131, bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay, so. we
It's
were told-
budgeted for $185,000.
Yeah, so last year, we were told it was a wash. This year, I'm looking, it looks like the other materials and supplies that they have somehow gone down, but then I looked at the charges and it looks like our revenue is substantially going down. Can you like put it all kind
So-
of in
so
context for me?
This year's budget's been overstated. 22's budget was overstated.
It was.
This is a right sizing. The approach that I took in budgeting the revenues and and one of the expenditure lines, was to use the advice of the third-party operator, Oasis Marines. They're the experts. They're down there every day. It's a similar mentality that was used for golf. To rely on the people who see it every day. Obviously, I see the totals, but
Right.
so the revenue's right-sized to what is anticipated from Oasis in 2023. At which point, to look ahead till 2024 and not to circumvent. The question, there's not enough data available yet at the marina certainly it can be questioned. It's not that it wasn't questioned, but there's no facts behind it to justify it because they've at the time of even right now, this is their second year operating it. 2021, they opened later, much later than they did in 2022. We do not have a full season of revenues and expenditures, certainly. We don't have a full season of revenues even still because it's not closed yet.
Yeah, I guess, on that note, obviously, I do have, a little bit of experience just knowing marinas all throughout the state. And I guess, when we did talk about it last year, I actually stated, I think that these, revenues are pretty high. But we were told at that time that the third party kind of, they started out late in 2021. I get it. But we had a super dry year this year, Andy. And so, so saying that, and I did see the gas, I was a little surprised knowing that gas prices are going up, that also is a little lower. And I did notice in the materials and supplies, we actually budgeted for like 54, but we spent 108 in 2022. So something just isn't.
So
driving.
the budget amount we used for this year was based in consultation with, again, the senior calculator. I also want
I'm
to.
not blaming.
No,
you.
I know. I also want to note that there's some accounting questions that I have with regards to the fuel itself, which I'm looking into. Is it an expense or is it inventory? Not to get very nuanced with it. It's something that I'm looking into now. But that's the number that we based it off of. And then the 409 line of $215,000 is from the numbers as provided by Oasis themselves.
Yeah, I mean, when's our we should at some point, have we brought Oasis in just to kind of, get a feel from them? I mean, who's overseeing them? It's not in parks, like who's the direct contact? Is it Chris? Is it?
I used to be, and then
I
left
don't
for a
think
little
you
bit.
should be. Yeah, I mean, honestly.
So
Now you're back. That means
I am
you're
back.
You're back. in
I'm
that
right
spot.
here. It
I
falls
just
within.
think, I do think, I apologize that a little more oversight needs to happen. I think we need to sit down with them, look at this past season, dry summer, why are kind of the ends not meeting? And I think we need to get a better grip. Yeah. So.
I'm looking right now to
Yep.
see if I can find the contract to answer your question as to when it expires.
I mean, I will say the folks are very nice, they're very welcoming, et cetera, but, you know, just in terms of the figures, I'd like to understand it a little more.
The current contract with Oasis expires in 2024.
Oh, so 2024, thanks.
Oh, we're getting there.
Okay.
All right.
And
Council
we
members?
can group on it. Thank you.
Council members, any questions on the marina? Anything else we need to touch on in that department? Nothing else we need to talk about it?
I don't think so, unless if there's more questions.
Actually, Chair,
Councilmember Men.
in terms of promoting the marina, because, you know, we are starting to see after the investment, especially in the seawall, some very, very large boats that are traveling around the world come to Troy. Does advertising the services that we have fall to the consultants in the contract?
Correct.
Oasis. Okay. Right.
Any other questions?
Chair,
President.
I did see, and we might as well hit it now, like, miscellaneous, the Troy Visitor Center. Is that something new? I didn't see it in 2022.
That was Troy Visitor Center. So when we print the,
Sorry, page 148.
so well, the way we print the budget is if it has a numerical amount in the line it prints. There was a budget amendment done to pay for the Lansingburg Historical Celebration.
250th
Yes,
anniversary celebration.
that is where the money was paid for out of in 2022, which is why it printed, and it is now zero for 2023.
We might have to talk about that after the first of the year. We won't need it. The celebration's over.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you.
I saw the 5,000 and I'm like, and I almost asked Councilmember Gully if that was the 250th, but I'm like, no, why would it be under Visitor Center?
When it printed and we did the table of contents, I said, oh, well, that'll be a question.
Yeah.
I found it.
All right. I love the way you do things. All right. We're good on that? Okay, Marina's done. Let's walk into facilities.
Rumor has it, it's a Buick with the trunk open, Buick.
It was. Hey, you know. I just hope they they can take everything in there. Just
Except for the golf
the
clubs.
clubs and my heater and my golf cart cover for next week.
Page 63.
Thank you for helping me out, by the way.
Can't you buy a new set at Troy's beautiful pro shop?
Not me.
No, they don't.
Right.
They do, they have sentimental value.
Oh.
My wife cried all the way home from the store. She says, I can't believe it cost that.
Oh. Your wife was probably the one that left the trunk out.
Probably was.
She wants you around for?
Oh, it cost me those 70 pair of shoes she got stuck in 3 closets.
70 pairs of shoes
Oh.
entirely.
We digress.
Reasonable. Listen, I can make 4 leather couches out of her
So
shoes and
sensible.
pockets.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Let's keep going here.
So page
Facilities.
63, Sean Kiley is here, the supervisor of the facilities department.
Sean, how are you?
101 or all the 100 counts are contractual. Account 302, small tools and equipment. There's a reduction from $30,000 to $1,000. In 2022's budget had $30,000 included in it because of the new DPW building that was constructed this year. There is the need to buy new equipment that has been completed, and then we have since reduced the line to $1,000. Other materials and supplies, an increase of $10,000 to right size the prior year spending. Again, the gas, I know it's only $300, but that is the beauty of having an electronic system and seeing where the gas really goes.
So actually, applied it up to department and department. That's awesome. Good tracking. Hey, Sean, just for the council members and the 5,000 fans we have watching the video, could you just state your name and your position?
Sean Kiley, maintenance supervisor.
Thank you. Okay,
Chair?
Council President.
Thank you. Andy, I'll ask Sean maybe. I noticed last year we added the building maintenance mechanic. That I don't believe, let's see, bear with me. So you were able to
Filled.
fill that, correct?
In August, we filled it.
I knew it was vacant and
Yep.
I saw it filled in here. Excellent. How's it working out?
It's working out
Okay.
great.
Cool. So you're full.
Yes.
Knock on wood.
Yep.
Awesome.
Council members, any questions? Sean, you got any questions for the council?
No, I don't.
Your night was way too easy.
Thank
Be
you,
home in
Sean.
time for Survivor.
Thank you, Sean.
Yep, or big one of those. Okay,
Page 67, garage.
you having fun yet?
Why now?
We're moving, baby. We're moving.
Where's your coffee?
Didn't get a chance to go out.
What's going on? Please state your name, your position for everybody in the council.
Hi, my name's Sean Hooley. I'm the central garage supervisor.
I've seen your name, Sean. I never put a
Uh-oh.
face with a name. Thank you.
You won't be able to say that after tonight. All right, Sean, how's it going in the garage?
It's going well.
You miss my buddy Gino?
He's sorely missed. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah.
He was a utility guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of things have gotten more expensive, parts, materials, all that stuff. You'd go to buy a sheet of sheet metal a couple years ago and it was $125. Now it's $600 for the same piece of metal. So all these different projects that we get into just gotten that much more expensive. We've also gotten some new vehicles, which sort of offsets, kind of. But it's, it doesn't completely offset it because it seems like there's more and more demand of the other bureaus for, their workload kind of stays the same or goes up.
Yep.
And so we're not able to get rid of vehicles when we would like to. We've got five frontline plow trucks that are model year 2008. So that's, when you go by model year, that's almost 15 years old. So that we're constantly working on those trucks, right? A new truck, you don't have to really think about it. The old stuff is where all of our attention lies, which it's unfortunate, So, but we get through it, we get it done.
Sean, there's a difficulty in finding parts for those vehicles play a role in how long they're down?
It can. There's a pretty big aftermarket out there. We got to get resourceful sometimes. Buy stuff on Amazon. I've bought stuff with my own credit card on eBay because it's available right at that moment, and I got to get it. And
Yeah.
frame pieces. We buy used stuff. Doors. Talk to a bunch of junkyards and stuff like that because that's where the parts are. You can't call the dealer because the dealer, they're not available anymore. They're obsolete.
That's what I was thinking. You might be held up there trying to get.
Yeah, so we got to be pretty resourceful a lot of times. Almost every one of our older trucks has had a new bed put on it. We just started doing that because, you have a truck that's say $50,000 to replace, or you can buy a bed for $1,000 and paint it. It's kind of a no-brainer, but
Yep.
really it's not sustainable long-term though, because we're starting to see trucks where the frames are rotted, the suspension components are not really serviceable anymore. So we're kind of getting to the end of the rope with those trucks, but.
Sure.
Council President.
Sean, I did notice your auto mechanic helper is vacant. I think that might have been vacant last year also. Are you having a tough time with that one or?
So it was filled. He left in April, I believe. And, he found a better job. He found a higher paying job and left. It's kind of tempting for anybody that's got decent skills, you know, and he was a good hire. He was definitely worth his salary and he found a better job. The position is on hold, I've been told. The hiring's been put on hold until July. So I could get somebody in there, but it is on hold. So.
And as a follow-up, obviously your fleet is probably one of the largest out of all the departments.
Yeah, we
Could you
maintain,
ever-
it's about 100 right now it's about 130, not including like weed whackers and chainsaws, because
That's what I figured. Okay. How many electrics do we have? Do you know?
we currently have 5. We have 5 Nissan Leafs that were purchased through a NYSERDA grant. And they worked out okay. The EPA or the manufacturer's range estimates are a little bit generous, you know? But other than that, they've been fine. We have 2 Ford electric pickups ordered right now. Supply chain issues have sort of pushed the delivery date out pretty far, but they are ordered, and we're putting in charging infrastructure for those. So
Are you finding, do you prefer hybrids over the electric or full electric?
we don't have any
hybrid.
hybrid vehicles. There are some hybrid options with the heavier truck manufacturers. There are some hybrid options, there's electric options. The problem is right now is that the products that are out there that are actually available to buy, when you talk about heavy trucks, even light trucks, the price premium that you would pay outweighs the fuel savings, right? So you say, oh, okay, over the life of the vehicle, I'm going to save, say, $10,000 in fuel costs. The incremental cost to go to the hybrid or the whatever it is, this newer technology, a lot of times is way more than that. It'll be 2 or 3 times what the actual fuel cost would be. The problem for us a lot of times is that we don't necessarily need the same products that an over-the-road trucking organization would need, because we do a lot of like incidental kind of point-to-point travel and not a lot of long road miles, which is where a lot of those, that's where a lot of, like, you look at Tesla Semi, like that's targeted for that, right? These defined routes that they can really hone in on the exact energy consumption. For us, it's a lot more sort of random and haphazard, and those types of vehicles don't do as well in those scenarios. So
I love though, it appears you kind of have a vision now, like,
yeah, there are a lot of we worked on a grant. We weren't successful in getting it, I think because the grant was competitive, but we did work on a grant earlier this year to try to get funding for electric street sweepers. Street sweepers are they have really high fuel consumption, right? Because it's it's screaming. It's just the engine's just screaming all day, and it's going 2 miles an hour. So it is a perfect application. The problem is the price for the electric version of the same sweeper is more than double. So it's $290 something to $650 something, and that price is only going up. So really, it would only make sense. You're never going to save that in fuel, so it would only make sense for the city financially to do it when we had, assistance, grant money or some other incentive to do that, which do exist. But even with the grant money that's available, there's a company called TVIP, Truck Voucher Incentive Program. They only cover a percentage of the incremental cost. So they're not actually covering, they're not even covering 50% of it. They're covering a portion of what the extra is. So,
That's not it.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. How's your new garage?
It's not my garage. We're still operating in the old facility, but it's okay. Traffic and building maintenance facilities got that. So
You have no
it looks nice.
Yeah, no access? I thought they'd give you access.
No, we're okay. Theirs was actually falling down. Ours is a lot newer. So
Thanks, Sean.
Hey, Sean, quick question. If you move in electric trucks, can they really hold up with, you're talking about pushing sometimes good loads of material or moving things. You think the history of electrics, you think they'll have a good rap for us in the city and the kind of streets that we have, pushing the kind of stuff we have, or you think,
I think there's a lot. It's a great question. I think there's a lot to be seen. You know, I could probably compare it to the early days of like aviation, where people are trying all these different things, right? And now we have to look back on history. We have this sort of trial and error process that we have the luxury of looking at, and we're in that trial and error process right now with electric vehicles. The Lightnings that we have ordered will be a good kind of trial. They're going to be in a pretty light duty application. Parking supervisor is going to get one, and one of the engineering guys is going to get one. And so, you know, they're not carrying giant, you know, they're not going to fill it with gravel or something, but they're going to have their tools and their materials and stuff in there. So it'd be a good, I think trying to implement EVs should be gradual. You know, because you could get to a point where you're over invested and something changes,
something
right?
new comes out.
Well, something that the technology could change, or for instance, you know, your cost for electricity could go up, and you know, you've maybe overextended yourself, or the demands change of each of the departments, and now they have to do things, you know, differently. So,
Good way to think. Any other questions, council?
Real informative, Sean.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Sean.
thank you.
It's 98.
Mhm.
98, we're going to parking now?
Traffic.
Oh, that's right, that's right, you sent them. I just never put it in here. Let's do traffic. How's that, Andy? Bill, thank you, by the way.
You forget. You forget, Joe.
Bill Wangler, traffic supervisor.
I've never met you.
What page, Andy?
98.
Thank you, sir. Bill, tell us all about your budget, Bill.
Well, we're looking at lights. They gave allocated 150,000 for this year and 150 for next year for the traffic lights that have been hit and destroyed. So you're looking at 45 to 50,000 an intersection. So it's pretty substantial. And for next year, we're trying to look at more difficult ones that are a problem that we can do a preemptive strike on instead of waiting for them to just completely fail and then have no lights at all for months. So that's where that is allocated.
Chair?
Council President.
Bill, thank you. I mean, talk about responsive and, you know, just getting back to us, man, you're all over the place, and you and Aaron really have been a great team. I really want to thank you. Thank you. Real quick, I did notice the traffic signals, and so those are the intersection ones. We appropriated monies for the mobile, and I think tomorrow we're adding like 2,200.
Yeah.
Can you like just give us like a time frame at the mobile and kind of what you see happening with the intersections and all that good stuff? And Andy, the 2,200, you could probably.
I'm gonna refer the mobile to Aaron because he's involved.
Yeah, so we have an action that you guys need to take. That came from Corporation Counsel's office. I've been in touch with the supplier. They have them there, ready to ship. So I'm expecting a 2-week lag in getting them.
Okay.
And then once they're here, Bill, you and I have training, which is included with them. So we're going to spend a half day working with the supplier, learning the system, learning how to deploy them. And then we'll be ready to rock and roll.
That's awesome. And how long does it take for the permanent? I mean, these mobile are going to be invaluable, obviously.
The issue that we have with replacing permanent signals is procurement. It's not necessarily a supply chain issue yet. We have to get to the point where we're actually placing an order with a supplier to then be told what the lead time will be. I mean, Bill and I can reach out and kind of get a feel for what that is, but the issue we run into is intersections exceed the procurement threshold and require either a pre-existing contract of some sort or competitive bid.
And how many mobile are we purchasing?
Two sets, and a set is two. So that would allow us to do, two bridge closures or a full four-way intersection.
So two sets.
Yeah, right. So the
Kinda.
purpose of these signals is really they substitute having flaggers. So what you could do is you could put them where you've all seen them is when you have a bridge closure or partial bridge closure, and you come to a red light. The other approach has the green. That's what they're made for. But we could repurpose them and use them for a full four-way intersection.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
We did have them at Canal for some of the bridges and they're like invaluable.
Yes. Yeah.
So, okay.
Good. So Aaron, before you step back, is there something that the council needs to look at through the procurement process that would make getting the pieces or the boards or the equipment that you need a little more efficient? Because there are a lot of intersections that waited a long time to get the lights. And I'm just wondering if there's something that we can do to help.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly when actions come before you, your vote helps. But really, I think it's an education issue with the purchasing department, and it might require reaching out to some other municipalities to see how they are able to procure these. The issue we run into with signals, and Bill, I think, can attest to this too, is, actually, you told me this, but DOT, they use a different system. So we don't have the ability to piggyback on the DOT bid because their traffic signal systems are proprietary. So we generally use McCain cabinets and controllers. They're not on a state contract. So we need to find other ways to procure these in a timely fashion.
Yeah.
And
Oh, and MyoVision. Yes, so we do have the ability to purchase the traffic control cameras that go up, which can help modernize intersections.
absolutely.
So what everybody's going for, instead of having the loops in the ground or microwaves in the air that are less efficient, and let's say you want to pave or there's a water main break, everybody's going to the cameras now. They look like little Bo Peep things on the top, and they're incredible. They count cars, they measure, they can actually learn the traffic, how the traffic flow is, and then we can look at that information and adjust the times accordingly. They don't do it themselves. They still want that human touch in there, but it is allowable.
Can they do the same process as they do in Florida? Like, I was driving very slow to a place in Florida, and somehow I think it was a mistake, but somehow the guy's car I was driving 4 months later got a $230 ticket in the mail because they said that I was going through the light at the wrong time. I don't remember any of that, but I'm just saying, does this process allow, like, can we look in the future and say, hey, this could be an option moving forward where we could have intersections that are troubled intersections, be able to do things like that, scan cars that are running red lights?
We have other ways to do that. These cameras.
These don't, but other cameras, we have other ways.
We have other ways to do that.
All right. All right, just a thought.
Council member, if I could just touch on the procurement piece regarding these.
Yeah.
We do want to ensure that we're in alignment with whatever state and local laws we have. That is at times a hurdle, but one that we have to accept and move forward with. That is one of the reasons why there's the $150,000 in next year's budget, so we can proactively purchase and replace some of these traffic lights. And I just want to credit Bill, for raising the flag and bringing this up an issue months ago, long before we had the ones that broke down recently. It's an area that we need to invest in, and that's why you see that in the budget this year. And, part of the conversation is that this is a phased approach. So this is just a down payment towards further replacements of these different traffic lights.
And Bill, in that purchase, will that also bring you some additional pieces besides just the lights we have to cure? Does this give you like a little stock of some things that we'll need if something does arise at one of the lights? Like you'll have another board, or you'll have whatever.
Sure. One of the things we can look at when we look at, forgetting these systems, we're looking at Millinery, and Campbell and Vandenberg. We just got a call. I believe it's going to be pushed out till May to get the parts. So we're looking at a June install date. So this stuff is really, you're better off getting it sooner than later. But a cabinet is $27,000 stock. So that's that single cabinet that you see with all the electronics in it. That's 27 grand. That doesn't include the poles. That doesn't include the span wire. It doesn't include the lights or the MyoVision. The MyoVision, I believe we're going to get for 12,000 a camera on the state contract. If we have to do doubles, they add a little bit more, but the system itself, it's just an additional camera, not an additional system. Where we're going to be putting those soon is on Pauling Ave, because unfortunately, when they did all the paving, the loops got ripped up. So they're actually all on time from Linden Avenue all the way out to Spring. So when that does come, everything will run probably a lot more efficiently. But as it is now, it's running the same as it was before the new lights were installed. It's running on complete time.
Good.
So, but these things they're state of the art. I mean, everybody, and they do learn that they do a lot of things. So they also do accidents. So you can go, if there's an accident, and you want to go in, you can look into that. You can take the fisheye view of that, flatten it out, turn it any way you want. And it's pretty incredible. But as far as the red light cameras and stuff like that, it doesn't, as Aaron said, it doesn't do that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Council President.
Yep, Bill, good, observations and, obviously being proactive is important. One of the questions that comes about when someone does hit a light or a truck is too high, hits the light. We go after the insurance companies, correct? It's the insurance companies that have a long time getting back to us. Hence, we have, if we have money kind of in escrow, we'll be able to, at least order the pieces, maybe get the mobile in, track down the insurance company.
Well, that's what we should be doing. We should be able to have money in some place where we can get these up and running and then subrogate against the insurance companies. Unfortunately, it's been where we wait for the money. Congress Street is a good one, 4th and Broadway. And it gets to be so long and it just goes out and out and out.
Right.
And, that's one of the things I couldn't understand is in a city, you should have some place where you can tap into some sort of money in order to get this stuff done quicker.
Yeah, I
I mean, it is a public, it's safe. And I think for a long time, I have 32 controllers out there right now that are pre 1960. They're 1950 vintage, they're mechanical. I'm like a watchmaker trying to fix these things. And, it's really, it's a daunting task, but, I think everybody looks at the lights and they go, oh, they don't think about them until they're not there. And then once they're not there, it's like everybody goes out of their mind, and which rightfully so.
Congress, perfect example, between 4th and Congress, that was a mess. Stating that you mentioned something, and I really want to thank Aaron. What I'd like to do is, just for the council's knowledge, you mentioned how the contractor came in, dug up a very valuable, piece of equipment in terms of the signalization. They also sometimes dig up new pavement or fairly new pavement. So Aaron actually worked on legislation that I think I'll sit down with Rick, Aaron, that would hold contractors, third parties more responsible when they come into our city, dig up our pavement, dig up valuable equipment, etc. And this will hold them more accountable. So on that note, I do plan to work on that. And then on a last note, Bill, I did write something down here. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh, your sign maintenance person. Last year we put one in, hired.
We did hire one, yes.
Okay.
And I've had a guy out on workers' comp for almost a year and a half. We're going to get him back November 16th. He's the actual painter of our whole crew. So, next year we're going to be able to, go all out and paint and paint and paint. So
And
we'll do the best we can right now for the remaining good weather as far as painting goes. But it's not like you just want paint. You have to do traffic control. There's a lot to it. You have to have the people to do it. So it's not that don't want to do it, but then you have paving and posting. It seems like every day you're putting out fires.
you know, on that note, I know that Councilmember Soriento is dealing with the Mill Street. Maybe you want to ask about the equipment on that one, the guardrail, remember? Not Mill, but Thompson, yeah.
I've gotten several complaints about the bottom of Thompson Street. Seeing that the street is so steep and we're worried about the winter time. I mean, we need a guardrail there. We need a guardrail. We really do.
So
And more
we've,
than that, yeah.
we've reached out to our contractors to see if we can procure guide rail. Nobody currently has it available. I did see the email from Council President yourself about potential lead on that. We're going to investigate that, take a look at it. In the meantime, our plan is to, specifically for Thompson, is to proceed with the plan that we had last year, which is when snow is in the forecast, we'll be closing the street to local traffic only, which local traffic tends not to go down the hill. They're familiar with the street. They come up from Maine. Then we would wait until the street is dry again, no ice, no snow, and then we would open it back up to traffic. In the meantime, that's
So
even if
guardrail is
we
back
had
ordered?
guide rail at the bottom of the street, that is still I would still recommend that we do that. That street, when there is snow on it, is treacherous.
Yeah.
Closing it for inclement weather is, in my opinion, the correct approach.
Okay. I just want to make sure, you know, that it's only temporary though, until we, and there will be a guardrail though, or something, something.
Yeah, again, even with a guide rail at the bottom, I think
Yeah.
closing that street when we have snow is still.
Yeah, okay.
So, and there are other areas, I know you and I have talked about this, other areas of guide rail that are needed.
Mhm.
Campbell, Mill,
Campbell's, yeah.
and I think it's escaping me, but there's a few other areas as well. And we're looking to procure all of that as soon as we can.
Okay. Yeah.
So on that note, Aaron, is it, and I don't know if this is feasible or not, or if they're even out there anymore, but I know that we used to have some Jersey barriers. I think they might have been somewhere, the Alamo or somewhere, there was a group, was something like that for temporary fix at the bottom. of
My
the road, just in
hesitation in
case?
using that, especially at the bottom of Thompson, is a vehicle traveling at speed could dislodge that. And there's a sidewalk on the downhill side, or somebody could be walking. It could create another unsafe condition. So if we're
No,
going to
that's
do
cool.
anything at the bottom of Thompson, it should be something that's, you know,
Yep.
embedded into the embankment there, and can handle a vehicle strike. So
I get it. Okay, thank you. I just thought it might be an option for now.
it
Temporarily.
may be an option in other areas, and it's something we can look into. Yeah, so we'll take a look at it.
Okay, great.
Sure.
Council President.
Yep, quick question, Aaron, do you think making that a one-way would be something, only because you should know the constituent, even though she understands the whole closing it, she knows, you know, people are not going to pay attention to the sign. And her neighbors are very upset.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, that's something I've looked into. One of the considerations was making it a one-way or two-way from Maine. And then it's actually dead ending it is really the solution that we looked at. So what's that up there? Phelan Court? Is that what's at the top of the hill? Doing a cul-de-sac or some sort of hammerhead turnaround up there for fire access, and then doing something similar along Thompson so that you'd access it from there. So that would essentially eliminate the cut-through traffic, which is the traffic that is unfamiliar with the roadway, and they find themselves going down a 23-degree or 23% road, you know, and then they tap the brakes and that's it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think this falls in your department, but I heard, I think it was about a week ago that our DPU or DPW was working in an area, and even though we had blocked the road, a car just disrespected the signs of the road closure and drove in and hit one of the city employees.
Yeah.
So is there something that, and I know it's not part of the budget, so I don't want to waste time here, but I really like us to look at some way, and I know, I mean, besides putting a dump truck across the road, blocking it all off, but some way of just making it a little safer for our workers and our employees when they're out in the public, because we do know that a lot of people that are behind the wheel of the car shouldn't be behind the wheel of the car. And there are people who just don't really respect the things that some of the people do in our city. So I just heard about that, and I'm just wondering if there's been some thought to that, and if not, there should be.
Yeah, so yes, one of our employees was hit about a week ago. It's a very unfortunate incident, and we're already talking with the superintendent for public utilities about options to improve safety on site. And that could potentially be just closing the road when they're doing work. That's not always my preference, depending on how many lanes it is, but you know, the safety of our employees is first and foremost.
Cool, thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions, council members?
Chair.
Council member Men?
Billy, I know that you have also mentioned that like we get, because poles that are holding the stop and go lights, they sag. And is part of the 150 we're setting aside to also like fix that entire system of supporting the light? And is that something that like you can look for other places for other resources for money to like make sure that we have those stockpiles so that those repairs can get done?
So we wouldn't stockpile poles. We don't have the means to set or remove poles. So we would have to have a contractor do that. So we usually buy them. As a matter of fact, on Jefferson Third, right where we have a problem with one of the poles actually moving. We're going to have the pole we're looking at, we're going to have taller poles set in the ground further so we can have more stability, because unfortunately what we're finding is down in the city, in order to, you can't guy these poles, which means just put a guy wire on them to pull that strain out. So what's going on is we're going to have to either buy metal poles that, not non-mast arm poles, which are probably significantly more, or go with wooden poles that are a little bit taller so they can sink them in the ground further, and hopefully alleviate that guy wire issue. Middleburg and Sixth is one, and we have the big NIMO pole across the street, but that's one we're not gonna be able to guide. A lot of these places are very, very tight, and you can't put guys on, on people's properties, attached to their houses. It's just, there's really no way to do it. So unfortunately, some of these intersections, when we do the poles, and they all need poles, every single one of them, I can take a screwdriver and stick in right in the bottom of them, and that's not good. And so when we look at poles, we're going to look at bigger and better poles, sink them in the ground further so we don't have these problems 20, 30, 40 years from now. Hopefully they'll be here for quite a long time. So we're looking at doing it the right way and not just getting it done.
I really appreciate doing it the right way.
Mhm.
And the other thing, I just wanted to acknowledge how hard your department worked in taking down all the modern street signs and then putting them back up for all the movies that are being filmed in Troy. I know
Yep.
that adds a tremendous amount of additional workload to you guys. And it does allow us this opportunity to build a new industry in Troy. And I hope that as we see that revenue stream continuing to grow, that we can also make sure that we add to your staff so that that doesn't strain the work you already have to do. And I think it's important to acknowledge that that is one of the costs of having Troy be internationally famous on the silver screen.
Yeah,
and
there was a lot of work to be done there. Yeah, a lot of sign removals, and then reinstalling them, temporary signs. So when they were done shooting for the day and coming back in, there was a lot of work to do with that. But I'm glad we can help. So
Thank you.
yeah, well.
Council members, any other questions? Okay, let's move on. Street snow. Hey, Bill?
Yes, Bill. Thank you.
Listen, brother, everything has cost me in my life. Tell you my old saying. Oh, sit down. Watch out for the wires, don't trip.
You think we
Thank you,
have an
sir.
electrician in the house or something? Come on.
I don't know, I didn't even know my golf clubs are still out there. I mean, I'd open it up like a welcome wagon.
Thank you, Phil.
Joe, how are you? Joe and Joe, how are you?
Joe DiNardo, street supervisor. Joe Martin, streets foreman.
What page, Andy?
124.
We're moving.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. It's like lightning.
Wait, it's an easy one for most of us.
The wind strikes me, it's frightening.
All right,
No.
who wants to speak first? Start it up.
So, as I mentioned, there was a second oversight, account number 107, clothing allowance should be $8,800. I apologize for that as well.
I don't know, this budget keeps going up, Mr. Petrosky.
Only two, this, not to make excuses, but
Okay.
I just wanted to touch on a couple of accounts in here. 40174 utility streetlights budgeted for $800,000, which is an increase from 750 from 2021 or 2022. Now that we have purchased the streetlights and we have been receiving invoices, we're seeing the actual charges. For the new council members, when we bought the system in January, a facilities charge, which is National Grid's fancy term for rental for being on their poles, was eliminated. So the budgetary amount is based off of looking at, if I recall correctly, about 3 months worth of bills, then annualizing the electric charge and then the delivery, the two charges that we're now charged. So the increase that you're seeing of 50,000 is based off of actual what we have seen. Whereas in 2022's budget, we were using a best guess estimate of what it would look like post sale. That is the basis for that account.
Chair.
Council President.
Yep. Andy, is that in line with Siemens outlook? I know they gave us a chart a while back, and are we meeting their threshold standards, or is it not coming to fruition?
Once we get a little more data, I'm going to run it against it. We're working through a lot of questions on the National Grid side as well, with some different things. So that will be blended together. I anticipate getting to that sometime in the next several weeks, once I get some reporting done into you, and then we'll be pivoting to that along with some other projects that are forthcoming.
You know, and I won't go too deep into the whole light issue, but, you know, let's just say, you know, folks from Grid, you know, they think it was potentially a hurtful move for the city. But as you state, let's see how it unfolds. And we'll take it from there. But, you know, I think many of us had kind of a different outlook. I didn't know, like, Grid is responsible for the wiring, and, you know, just it's certainly more complicated, I think, than initially thought.
Certainly.
Yeah. So.
And then does anyone have any other questions about 40174? If not, I'm going to move to the 409 accounts, 409 and then 409-100. The historical thinking behind those two accounts was the 409 account was used for a mixture of things, including the CLC contract for parks that we talked about earlier tonight. 409-100 was used for tree removal. So what we have done is we've moved the money out of the budget and moved it to parks for CLC, eliminated the 409-100 account, and now will you be using the 409 consultant services account for tree removal with an appropriation of $80,000. The other accounts.
Council President.
Yep. How's the whole consulting with the tree removal work, Chuck? Is it, we have a number and, you know, it's obviously not on call. It's, I'm sure by, 8 or 10 trees in a certain proximity? How does it work?
Again, we have a large list of trees
I
and
know.
and Steve Strickman has a list of the trees and how they're graded, if you will, as far as potential hazard. We take all that into consideration. Again, if we try to lump as much as we can in with the trees as we can. And obviously we try to take care of the hazardous trees first.
Yeah.
So it's basically a priority list. So we refer to Steve, we look at the list and we see what's going on. These guys will be the first one at the scene just to take a look at it, assess it, and then we go from there.
Council members, any questions?
Chair?
Council President.
Okay, real quick, maybe this is, Joe, the temp, that's going up a little, I believe, is the temporary salaries.
Yes,
Okay, cool. How many, are you pretty full with the temps? How's
one-
that?
we have one, yeah, we're doing well with that. We have one temporary employee.
Two right now, during the middle of the season, we were.
Yeah, all right, we have two right now. And our vacancies that we had, we filled, two, right? Yeah, we filled the MEL 8.5. I'm gonna defer to Joe.
Okay. Joe too.
I know we have 3 MEL8 openings now that we're deferring to next year. The problem there is DOT's clearinghouse. I mean, we had 4 applicants, 2 that got eliminated during the process, and it takes about a month for it to get back. That by the time we got back that we could hire them, they just found other employment.
Yeah.
And you're deleting labor, I saw, eliminating a labor.
All the vacancies in streets are deferred until July 1st.
Okay, but one of them in 101 Andy is deleted, a labor.
So there's zeros all the way across there. Those are the positions that haven't been filled for some time. Have been abolished under civil service. So what we're doing is we're right sizing the total number of employees in the budget to agree to what the department currently has.
And I apologize, Joe, when did you say you'll get cleared for the MELs?
July 1st.
July 1st. That's through the state. It takes that long or?
Budgetarily, it's salary, it's
budgetary.
deferred until
Okay.
July 1st.
Okay.
Council, any other questions?
No.
Chair.
Council member Men.
Parking garage, maintenance, does that fall on you guys? I know for at least the River Street parking garage, we got bids dropping. And is that something that is able to be integrated into this budget? Or, I mean, obviously we can find outside funding, we'll always take other people's money, but are those some of the things, like at what point does that get triaged to the top of the list?
What was
River and State?
Yeah.
the
River
State
and
Street garage?
Yeah. I know, and I know it's just like, I got several calls from several business owners and residents about stuff starting to fall on cars. And I want to avoid that Uncle Sam situation. Not that was our fault by any means.
That's under the facilities department, but I will get you the status on it.
That would be great. I really appreciate it. I wasn't sure where to go with it, and send me in the right direction.
Sure.
Council President.
One thing, I've been asking for a few years, and I think this is a really good homework assignment for the deputy mayor. Just an overall org chart. Obviously, we had a canal, especially of our maintenance and operations. But not just obviously GS, but the other departments. I think an overall org chart is super important, and I've never seen one since I've been here. Thank you.
Would that be in his spare time? You're asking?
And we should have one. I was promised 1 month ago. It never happened.
As our department goes.
Oh,
Our department goes, it's always seasonal.
right.
Organization.
Yeah. I'm saying
job.
overall. Yep.
Chair. There was one developed, which I,
Council member Soriento.
there
Let me
was,
Recognize you first.
She said.
Do it.
She said.
I know, that's, I have to respond to you before you start just going. This is like a phone call, you pick up and go, hey, how about that?
Oh, boy. Okay, it must be getting late.
so.
We're getting tight.
Stay
So,
tuned here, folks. When I get done.
I did actually, when I was, before I left in 2018, I did start the organizational charts for each department. So they should be there with personnel. The organizational charts. What about,
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
that's good thought, though. Maybe we can look for them.
so they should be in personnel.
So you did them before,
I started them
2018.
before I left in 2018. I started them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Council members?
Oh, Chair.
Council President.
Yep. Can we move while Joe's here? Snow removal, salt.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Page 129. We kept all the lines, well, the cost of overtime and the cost of salt the same from year to year, obviously. Somewhat of a rhetorical statement, but that is a complete unknown. The city does have available a snow and ice removal reserve that if we see budgetary appropriations, and we have done this in extreme circumstances, we can appropriate from that. There are, pursuant to general municipal law, certain rules with that reserve when you use it in replenishment. So the preference has always been to find the money within the budget as needed. But given it's such a crapshoot, and the salt contract through New York State is on its third year in 2023, so the vendor remains the same. The decision was made to keep the budgetary appropriations the same in the proposed budget, and then evaluate, obviously based off of the winter conditions that we experienced.
Andy, we had a pretty soft winter last year. Do we have a reserve of salt anywhere that we had purchased for last year and still have? I mean, is there product in there? Well, I mean, we fill that bin. Is there anything left or not?
It's in Joe's.
Do we have
kitchen.
someplace to put it?
Is it, don't we have a
We got about 300
salt
tons,
shed?
300 to 400 ton we got,
So we're up on the
which
show.
would be in the old place, one bay, one full bay and a third of another one.
All right, so we get a good start at least when we start getting,
Not really.
you use it all on that hill, huh?
Why not? Maybe use it on Thompson Street.
Close the road, no.
What we need is the salt shed to be done, so we can order salt.
Chair.
That's estimated to be done sometime in November, early November is what we're hearing now.
This November,
That was my question
22.
of 22.
Just check,
22.
just check. All right, great. Thanks, Joe. Anything you'd like to add that you,
Have a nice winter.
how about Joe Junior? How about Joe Junior? You want to add anything, Joe? All right, thank you, gentlemen. Any other questions for the council? All right, hold on, Councilwoman Keani Wilson, go ahead.
Still new to the snow removal process from a legislative standpoint and to a standpoint. I'm just kind of curious, like what the condition of the trucks and stuff like that. Is it the same issue with the other department where it's very old trucks, or do we have?
They're our trucks. They are our trucks.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
And Joe, don't forget to offer any council member to ride along in one of those trucks for a few hours. I'm sure they'll understand what you guys go through after they do that.
And there are definitely some very, like, if you want to name the trucks, there are some very funny names that have been generated by the community. I'm so sorry, Chair.
You're not there yet, kid.
Beg your pardon, Chair.
Councilperson Men.
All right, well, what I just said, but then also, definitely thank you for the work on snow removal. And if there's anything we can do to help communicate to the public, because everybody wants their street plowed yesterday. And the shovel and their sidewalks too. So,
Please move to opposite sides, adhere to the signs. That helps immensely.
Or at least get up in the morning when you see the snow, go out, shovel out a spot, move your car. So our city employees can get their street done properly instead of just sitting in there with their coffee, watching it happen and then complaining because their car is plowed in. It's just, we need more responsiveness from the people of the city to make, hey, it's their tax dollars. They're gonna spend a lot more, or they're gonna get more efficient and work with us so we can create an atmosphere where we work together and we save everybody money. It's their money. All depends how they want to spend it, but I want to try to save it. So I thank you guys for what you do. I know it's tough out there. I've seen them. And I want to point out, sometimes I've seen our guys stop. And I don't want to say this too loud because the mayor's here, but I've actually seen them come out and out of their good heart, stop and help people to get their cars out of the messes and to move things, to do the extra part that the residents of Troy deserve. And I applaud you guys for that because I watched you do it last winter in a lot of different spots. It wasn't just one or two. You were all over. Thank you for that.
You guys are good aides. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
moving along.
All right.
Okay. Street and snow, you're being removed. Let's go to parking.
how long did you wait to make that jump? Like, take it up all year?
No, I just see that if honey, I can shoot the hit faster than some people before it's over the last one.
Tee it up, knock it down.
Absolutely. Bang it. Get it out of here. All right. I know, got a little change here. Got some hair going on. Hey, announce yourself to the new members of the council so they all know who you are.
Dan Culleton, parking supervisor.
Suppose we'll start on page 8.
Thank you. I got a couple notes.
Just a couple?
What's up?
Hey, I appreciate
Not
everything
too
you do.
many.
I love all the hard work you do.
I put too much time.
Don't tell me.
I know.
Well, it's about 2/3 of the way down on the page under transportation. The first account code is A 501720 parking garages, which is budgeted for $514,000 next year. And I'm going to touch also on 501730 parking lots at the same time. Those amounts were determined based off of the current enrollment for parking permits at the city that Dan does a phenomenal job of tracking, among many other things, put up against the monthly permit cost. So that is based purely off signups as of October 1, we'll say, which is right around the time it was sent. So that's how those two amounts were determined. Parking meters of $300,000.
Hello.
So we have to remember that 2020 and 2021 really get thrown out when it comes to, Josh touched on it earlier with golf. This is another area that when budgeting it, 2020 and 2021 were considered, but had to be diluted because of the impact from the pandemic. There was a heavy reliance on 2022's numbers to date. That number, I feel very confident in that we will recognize this year. To date, I apologize, 1 second. We are at $245,000 through 9 months. So it certainly seems like it's on track to achieve that number. And that also falls in line with garages and lots as well, that we are tracking towards achieving the numbers that are in 23's budget as well.
Council President.
Thank you, Andy. I did highlight these. I guess one of my major concerns on the parking meters in 2019, 2020 COVID hit, our revenues were 175. So when obviously, I saw the 300, You know, I mean, I get
Yeah.
what you're saying, but historically, you're looking at closer to 200. Why the spike? Are we like really coming down on people more? What's going
So
on?
parking meter wise, even when you go farther back, we've done relocation of meters to more, we've moved meters out of areas that either people weren't paying or they weren't being used and put them in areas where they are being used. So increased operational efficiency. This is really, 2022 is the first year that we have numbers after the parking meter, when we've done upgrades to the meters themselves, which I believe was done in 2019, 2020. 2022 is the first year we're getting to see the actual results of that because of the pandemic and then not having meters for at least the first quarter of 2021 activated. So this is the new norm that we're seeing, at least in the short term. I mean, we'll see where they progress, but like I said, the reliance on 2022 is proving that this is justified when you annualize to the 245 a day.
And, you know, to follow up on that, I would like, and I'll reach out to Aaron. I do think in some of our neighborhoods, particularly up by RPI and places, folks have talked about diagonal parking to actually save more space. I don't know, you know, if that would come under your bailiwick, or something you've talked about. And up by RPI, there's some areas you'd be able to do that. So,
Yeah, and we've actually taken meters away from there as well too, just because of this, the students. But yeah, we can talk to Aaron about that.
Yeah, put that right up your mouth, Lisa,
yeah.
when you-
Sorry.
I know this is
That
good for you.
RPI tuition. I'll
The
donate
residents
some.
would like the meters back.
Mhm.
Students are residents.
The chair's cold. Come on, what is going on here?
Tornado ball. Every time you go touch that meter.
Air conditioner.
Okay.
Okay.
And then there's the other revenue line that's
Yep.
applicable to this department, and then I will turn it over to Dan to discuss the expenditures, is on page 9, under fines and forfeitures. And traffic, we'll discuss at public safety would be my preference.
Yes.
Parking fines, 2610-421, kept it at $800,000. This is similar to parking meters where 2020 and 2021 are diluted in importance in the calculation, and it's more of a analysis on current year and pre-COVID numbers. But even then, with the relocation of meters, that component plays a factor as well. Based off of this year's number, annualized to the rest of the year, it does 800,000 is a representative number that is reasonable. Obviously, I'm biased, but the total through September is $551,000.
Chair.
Big jump for the last few months.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a huge jump.
Council President.
Yep. Speaking of that, Andy, have we looked, I know every other year we look at parking ticket amnesty, et cetera. Are we looking at that potentially in the near future? I know it's brought in some monies from time to time.
Has that something not something this year I've considered, certainly something in the 2023 we could look at doing again, to see what the accounts receivable aging looks like and if it's fruitful. Not, obviously any additional revenue is fruitful, but the collectability percentage on parking tickets once you get is much more aggressive than your normal run of the mill, what you hear aging collection probability. It goes down substantially. It's something we can certainly discuss though with FBS.
Yeah, and as a follow-up to that, I think it'd be a good idea. And FRB, I believe, is our parking, the outside third party or something like that.
FBS.
FBS, thank you. When is their contract expiring? And you could tell me, not tonight, if it's not
See if I have
readily
it.
available. Thank you.
And I'll turn it over. Are there any other questions pertaining to revenues. If not, I'll turn it over to Dan to start expenses and I will look for that contract.
Chair,
Councilmember Min.
actually pertaining to revenues, I know that I get a lot of calls from my constituents being downtown, residents and business owners who are ticketed a lot. And I know that my understanding is a residential parking permit program requires going to the state for approval. Is that correct?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I would like to see if we can find some kind of like revenue neutral way of accommodating business owners and residents. And whether that's modifying parking permits or giving them like having a pool that's reserved for people who can do a proof of address for a certain zone and like a workaround with the state. And if you'd be interested in exploring that,
Absolutely.
it is. The good thing is a lot of people want to be downtown, live and work. And what we're seeing now is a shift to first floor retail restaurant, and the majority of the rest of the buildings are residential, no longer 9 to 5 offices. And so it's a change that's happened in the last 5 years. And I think we need to really seriously look at a way that still brings money into the city, but like recognizes that it's not a 9 to 5 crowd anymore.
Okay, yeah, that don't see that being a problem at all.
Yeah, cool. Let's put our heads together.
Absolutely.
Council President, you had some thoughts?
Yep, what council member, wear my other hat, what council member Min's talking about is the residential parking permit
Yes.
system, which you have to get state legislative approval. They did try for a certain area. They actually tried up by Beaman Park at one point and by the downtown. It did not pass either house, whole process, home rule legislation. So if it is something that you want to explore, obviously you have to pick the boundaries, et cetera. So, yep.
Yeah.
Council members, any other questions?
The FBS contract, there was a contract approved by the council in April of 2021 for a 3-year contract with an option to renew a mutual agreement for an additional 2 years. So it could be 24 with the renewal through 2026.
You're awesome, Andy.
Council members, any other questions? Okay,
All right, so we'll start with 101 permanent sal. Oh, I'm sorry, page 102, line 101. Permanent salaries. That is for one senior parking ticket writer, as opposed to doing the 5th part-time.
so this is the same full-time person that you were requesting last year? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. He can, I mean, the person can, I mean, it can go into other areas like we were talking last time. You can focus on residential areas or the Berg. We can use them when we need them on the street side. And for I think it's only a $3,146 difference as opposed to if we were to go with a part-time candidate. What's that? Oh, right, and if we have events, we can, deploy them, and because our part-time guys, they won't come in just because they're part-time.
Chair.
Council President.
Yep.
Thank you, Dan. I did notice that. I also noticed you have 4 part-timers last year, and I believe it went up 35K this year already. It was budgeted for, let me look. I know it went up 35K this year. The part-time temp went up. Can you?
22.
Yeah, 22.
There was a budget amendment approved in
I want to say
February or March, switching out the full-time employee for the part-time employee and then the proposed budget is proposing to reverse it back to full-time.
But also keep the 4 part-time.
Keep the 4. So right now it's budgeted for 5. In 2022, it's budgeted for 5 part-time, 1 full-time. The 23 proposed budget reflects 4 part-time, 2 full-time.
I just don't see that.
You said 4 full-time, 2 full-time, or 2
No.
full-time, 4 part-time.
Correct.
And the reason why it's 35,000, it's budgeted for 35,000 for each part-time employees in this department, as that is the current maximum a part-time employee who is retired collecting pension can receive. And historically, the city will hire retired police officers to do the parking ticket writing.
I mean, I'm Chair.
Council President.
Yes, you're welcome. You know, Dan, I get, where you're going with this. I just, from being here almost 7 years, I've seen no department, go to this budget. And I don't know if I'm there yet with the whole justification. I don't feel, this investment is somewhere, you know, that at least me, just one vote, priority wise. You know, don't get me wrong. I believe we need some part-timers, et cetera, another full-time. We went into this before.
Yep.
You know, if you want to try to justify, I'm open. I'm just not there with the 2 full-time, 4 part-time. I hate to say this, I think it's a little bloated, and that's just me. I'm one vote.
Okay, so well, since we brought the 4th part-timer on, he has written just himself 1,700 tickets for almost, I mean, the value is, I think it'll pay for itself.
You know, maybe following up with a memo to the council,
Okay.
I think would be really helpful.
Okay.
My head just isn't there. I don't want you to think I'm coming down on you.
No.
I'm just not there.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
You got it.
Council members, any questions? All right, let's continue. Dan, you got more to offer?
Yep, 40977, consultant services. So would like to, that would be for, we have an additional, what, 41,000, I believe, is what we basically need a part system for the parking meter. So when a park goes bad, we can just do a clean swap out. And that's just a one-time fee with Calais, the parking meter company. And then also the online portion of the meters comes out of that as well. And then the meters are becoming old now, where we're using batteries that are 7-8 years old. And so we're having to swap those out every like 2 days. So that would be to replace the batteries, and then possible some of the solar panels as well, because they're starting to get old and just deteriorating.
I thought we had solar on every one of the meters.
No, we do, but those, I mean, just with the sun, I mean, a lot are getting faded out. I mean, the batteries may fix it in general, but also, I mean, some of the solar panels are also smashed out by, you know, just people walking by hitting them, but
And I also know there's a difference between these solar powered batteries. Because they sell some that just are sufficient, but they sell ones that have a good longevity and a good history.
yeah.
We look to put those better batteries into these units, so we're more efficient at saving time with transferring and changing them out all the time, because I know they get used so much.
Well, ideally, when it's a new battery, you shouldn't have to be back to that meter in 4 or 5 years, because they're sealed batteries, they're not acid-based batteries.
You see that happen with the.
Well, yeah, I mean, the batteries, they've got dates on them, and I mean, I just swapped one earlier, it was from 2016, so I mean, and it's the
Okay, no,
same
that's-
battery, I'll
that's-
charge it, take it
yeah,
back
that's
out.
good. Questions, council members?
Chair,
Council President.
Yep, regarding the outside company, Dan, what are they responsible for? Just the meters? Do they maintain?
No,
It sounds like.
we
they
maintain them,
maintain,
yep.
So the company, the outside company just supplies, they're a vendor.
Yes, and well, they have the back office fees, so we can monitor it, the finances, and then it also has a SIM card in it, so it communicates like a cell phone, so we pay that as well. But other than that, they don't do anything.
Andy, is that what that's listed under consultant services when it's parts and pieces because of the fact that we run through them with so many different pieces of it? All right. Thank you,
And Chair,
Council President.
so the first one is the meters, the second one, the 81K, what's that one?
It's now 71K.
That, I'm sorry, 71.
Regular 409 includes FBS, Calais, and then primarily 77 is Passport and Calais as well. We split it between both. Quite honestly, that should probably be 1409 account.
Right.
Okay,
I'm okay if you do that.
yeah.
So am I.
Make it easier
Should we amend that?
It will make it a lot easier.
on everybody.
You have honed in a lot.
Yeah, I think, yes, the third digit numbers I'm gonna try to deplete those as best I can in the operating funds going forward.
Okay, no questions from the council? Dan, anything more to add? Okay, have a great night. Thank you for coming.
Stan.
I'm
Appreciate
sorry,
it.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
Councilperson
apologize.
Steele.
Can we circle back to the position that we were talking about?
Yep.
And explain the advantages of the full-time, part-time, someone work to that?
Yeah, first, actually, Andy, can I call on you? What's the increase in the price from bringing that part-time position to a full-time? Do you remember the number? $3,146 to bring that, what is a part-time position, up to a full-time position. The real advantages to, as I've learned since February, of bringing this position to a full-time is it allows us to bring someone in on days we have special events, such as the turkey trot. The only person that we can essentially force to come in is Dan. So it would be helpful to have a second employee. Additionally, the only person after hours, we have people parking on the sidewalks, in our neighborhoods. The only person that we can have after hours go and issue tickets is Dan. So that additional full-time person for the cost of a little more than $3,000 would then be able to go at night and issue tickets in some of those areas. They'd also be an advantage during the daytime as well. Dan, do you have anything to add?
So just help me
Go ahead.
Council Member Steele, now you have the table.
No, that's, go ahead.
So help me understand, and I know you think because it's a full-time employee, you could say to them, hey, you need to work special events. But my question is, why is it that a part-time person, part of their contractual agreement would be to work events? And if we put it in the job description, and look, it's not though I'm trying to squeeze your department. The fact is we work for the taxpayer. Okay, we have to justify the pieces that we look at, and we want to do that. Well, my question is, beside the 38,000, which is $3,000, is also exponential backdoor expenses, pension, healthcare, long-term expenses that come with that full-time employee. You just said a part-timer wrote 17,000 tickets, 1,700 tickets.
Yep.
So my thought is, why is it necessary to have another full-time employee when possibly we could restructure a employment agreement with the pieces that we need for your department to have you still have that relaxed, to be able to not have to be the guy to go to all time, but also realize that we can do this with a part-time structure and save those back-end expenses that we might have to utilize in different departments that are stressing for more safety value and more strength value for our city. And I'm not trying to shut the door. What I'm trying to say is that why can't we set up a part-time contract to do all the things that you think a full-time employee can do, and they can do it in a part-time if you set the employment agreement up properly? Just help me with that, because I'm confused.
My understanding is we can't do that.
Who said that?
Andy, do you have anything to add on this? Is that because of
Well, who sends that message? I mean, why can't we set up a job description for a position with those facets in it?
we can certainly look into and get back to you.
I-
On the reasons why
I hear
so
you.
we'll get more background on why we're being told it's not possible.
I'm not trying to twist anybody. I just want to get the reality of what we can do and the logical options that we have to make a good decision that will last us a long time, instead of just saying, hey, we put a guy on full-time, he can do this. Well, we can have anybody do that. And I
Sure.
think we can.
And Chair, if I may.
Council President.
Yep, we had numerous part-time employees at Canal, seasonal, part-time, you name it. Their hours were all different. I mean, some were nights, some were winters only. You structure it that way. I've never ever heard of part-timers not being able to work certain hours. Never heard in my lifetime. But to get to the chair's point, if you notice the pension line, with this full timer, pensions going up $17,290. So,
But that's not all.
you know,
There's
is that,
increases.
where's that? I know some increase.
So the way I budget pension is I take the projection and the estimates from the state, use their numbers. So if they're wrong, I can say where it came from, and then run it through a pro rata. It's proportionate to the eligible wages in the department. So if the part-time position, if it was part-time, not full-time, pension would be lower in parking and it would be higher in every other department in the city. It's just gonna get repurposed out throughout.
Yeah, I just saw that pension
Yeah,
line.
that's what it's an
Yeah.
increase in their pro rata share.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Councilmember Kenny Wilson.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is just like speculation, like I don't know any of the facts in terms of the part-time employees, but 35,000 isn't a lot of money, so those people may have to work weekend jobs. That might be why they're refusing to, do that. I think, let's look into the kind of what we can do, but I think that's probably a reason why, folks don't want to do that. I know if I was making 35K, I'd probably need to get a second or third job as well, living in Troy. And I think a deputy mayor really highlighted the quality of life improvements in terms of having those people available on weekends and all of that. So just wanted to kind of voice my opinion on that. And I appreciate all the great work that you're doing.
Chair.
Council President.
Councilmember Conley Wilson brings up the 35K for retirees in the system. They can only make 35K. So there's
I
a
understand.
max. So stating that he said he gets a lot of retired civil service retirees. So hence the 35K max.
Council members, any other questions? Okay, for the second time tonight, anything, Dan, you need to discuss? Andy? All right, go have a good night. Hurry up. Might get out here for the next show. Hurry up. Okay. Code enforcement.
Oh, my gosh.
Waiting for
Are you awake?
hours.
I know.
You know, Dave, I can't understand any other reason why they kept you there for last, except they gotta save the best for last. That's all I can think about.
I don't think
I
that-
appreciate your time
I don't
tonight.
think that's cutting it, Jim.
Well, I know he had to sit there a long time and listen to all.
I know.
What page you on?
115.
115.
So for code enforcement, the material change and what Dave speak to the operational reasoning behind this involves the elimination of a housing code technician from the budget. Now, you're gonna see -3 in the budget as well. That's again, the elimination of long lasting positions in the document that positions were not funded. So the big change is the elimination of a housing code technician. Maintaining the housing compliance clerk, which is vacant, that does have a higher date of January 1st, 2023. All other changes in the budget are mostly decreases or contractual mandated increases or benefit changes.
Sure.
Council President.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Dave. How are you? Sorry it took so long.
That's okay.
You know, Dave, we did talk last year, a couple of quick things, the zones, you had talked about creating zones maybe similar to the police zones, you know, in terms of zones throughout the city. Has that been explored? Have you continued down that path? And then secondly, the housing compliance clerk, it looks like you're trying to fill that position. And I did notice the other positions which were not filled but eliminated. Maybe talking about the compliance clerk, is that an in-house person or an out-house person? And out in the field, we'll say out in the
No, the
field.
compliance clerk would be an office job.
Office job.
That would be to help. Right now, the gentleman and the lady, they send their own notices. So there's a lot of office time involved there. Previously, when I got here, there was 2 people. One position was to help us send notices. So the more notices we can send, the longer the gentlemen, excuse me, that we have can be out in the field. And the longer they're out there, the more inspections they do, the more CDBG we get reimbursed. So that would basically be a full-time office position. As far as the zones, right now, we are working on it, but we haven't done it because my staff is very new. I've got one gentleman in state classes now. I've got one gentleman who's been there 2 years and one gentleman who just got out on the street by himself 2 months ago. So once everyone is trained, then we will explore the zones. My issue with the zones is you get complacent in the buildings. We actually talked about just having the zones for trash and property maintenance. Because if we're going to switch the zones up every 3 to 6 months, then I'm going to have one person in zone 3, but he has to re-inspect 500 cases in zone 4. You know, so we're trying to look at that to be as efficient as we can be. But hopefully after everybody's trained and everybody's had their time here and they know what's going on, then we can work towards the zone.
And on that note, Dave, everyone has their license though, correct? I mean, all the inspectors after year 1 in training, they'll all be on the same level. So they could essentially all do the same inspections.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Is that happening now or no?
It's happening now, but I only have one gentleman that has 3 more weeks of state training and then he'll be certified. But we like to send the people out with 6 months with an inspector. And I only have one gentleman that's able to train people. Because a pay grade 11 can't train a pay grade 11. You need a 13 to train an 11. So I only have one gentleman doing that, Mr. Lawler, and he just took over vacant buildings also. So he's training Aldo Tedesco and he's taking care of vacant buildings.
Now, potentially though, do you have to, like, say this zone would move forward? Would you have to switch zones? I mean, can't, like,
Well, that's tough. Some zones are more heavily trafficked than others. And I can't ask one person to take, say Lansingburg from 104th to all the way to the end of the burg, and he's bogged down with 5,000 cases. And somebody up on the east side in a zone that basically works, 5-6 cases a week. So the zone is tough, and the complacency, it's not complacency, I shouldn't say that, but familiarity going into the same building over and over and over. I could inspect the building tomorrow and someone could walk in the next day and find something that I might have missed, so I like to keep different eyes on different buildings.
and how many folks are out in the field right now, Dave?
We have 3 housing inspectors, and Alberto Tabasco is being trained with Mark. So we'll have, by January, we will have 4 housing inspectors and 1 vacant building inspector. And then we have 2 gentlemen in construction, Kevin Mooney, who's the senior building inspector, and Bill French, who's the building inspector.
Okay, so Bill, Kevin's the senior building, and then Billy is which one? Which
He's a senior code inspector.
code inspector?
I'm looking to get that changed to just building inspector
Okay,
to get him out of the housing end of it, because his job description actually says he's in housing.
and you have another senior code inspector? No? It says here, you have 2.
Oh, Jimmy Lance, I apologize.
Jimmy.
Jimmy Lance is the senior code inspector. Yes, I apologize.
And he'll stay, I take it?
Yes, he'll stay in that position.
And I think I noticed in the code violations, the revenue, I didn't notice, any increase, any decrease. What's your thoughts on that historical trend?
Historical trends.
Okay,
Council members, any other questions?
Chair, sorry, one last question.
Council
Which one is funded by CDBG? Which positions?
I don't think, are they?
It's my understanding from Carolyn that up to 275,000 is approved by, as part of her annual action plan. It is eligible for, you have to be outside of City Hall doing code inspections in a CDBG eligible neighborhood. So when Dave brought up, or I can check with Carolyn on the specific titles and roles, but Dave mentioned the thing, one of the reasons behind the housing compliance clerk is to get the eligible inspectors out on the street and not in City Hall processing their paperwork, because then it's not reimbursable. So that we can maximize what is eligible to us as approved by HUD. And that's HUD, obviously, that's HUD's rule as to why you have to be on the street, and following up on it in City Hall is not eligible. That's their rule.
And I did notice in this one, Andy, the health insurance was up quite a bit.
That's a plan changes
Yep.
or change.
Yeah. Yep.
Not the biggest one. We will talk about the biggest one on November 10th. November
Is that
10th.
Sanitation.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Chair,
Councilmember Men.
I know we've spoken in the past about code enforcement cases that are sitting at the city court, seeking resolution. Do you have a sense of the current dollar amount of those cases?
No, I don't. I don't know where the fine money goes. I don't know any of that. It goes into the general fund is what I was told.
In here. It's in code.
It's in code violations. the backup we get, and this will dovetail to public safety as well, we get very little information as to the backup of where the money comes from. We get a piece of paper delineating the totals,
Okay.
and getting backup is not very easy.
And because of the combination of the way that our city code is written, the combination of both civil and criminal fines as options changes the way that you have to handle evidence, develop evidence to go to court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
It all goes in front of a criminal judge.
And how does that affect your ability to get these cases prosecuted or move through the courts? Does it make it easier, more difficult?
No, it makes it more difficult. If it was administrative, we took the jail time out of it, maybe that would help. I don't know why it is the way it is. It just is. We could take someone to court and ask for a fine, and we ask for $250. And when the general or the person takes it to a trial, after the trial, the fine gets lowered by $100, if found guilty, but $100 fine.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and it puts you in that situation where you've basically developed all the evidence for a criminal case, then you get a civil judgment that is reduced by the court, not fully compensating you for your time. And
Correct.
Chair.
Council member Mena, you done?
For the moment, yeah.
Okay.
Andy, do you have is the number for the code violation fines in here? Is that accurate? I'm looking at the revenues on page 9.
It's going down 10.
10,000, 35 to 25.
Or I'm just kind of curious, the 2022 actuals. I'm afraid it might be disappointing.
Year to date, it's $15,175. That is through September 15th. So my best guess of that's 8 months. That's an 8-month total.
That's a very good reason to try to find some sort of way to have that code court right here, City Hall.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you do that. I know that one time, ex-council member Dean Bodnar was communicating with someone in the state. And there was, from what he told me, options that we could explore to do that. I just think that this is a time when we should, when you see the numbers drop like that, when we realize the situation that elected judicial officials are in, that we need to try to make it easier on everybody. And I think an in-house court for our code and property violations would be in the best interest of the taxpayers of the city of Troy. And I don't know how hard it is, but I get so frustrated when all I hear is, oh, we can't do that. We need to do better. We need to find a way. We need to at least ask, get some solid reasons why we can't, or get some solid reasons why we can. But I think we should do that because we're not really gaining any ground. And as I said before, people in this city learn through pain or pleasure. If you don't make it painful enough, they're just going to continue to do whatever they want to do until we figure out how to make it painful enough where they say, hey, I'm not doing that again. And, everything I talk about. So if the 5,000 people watching, you don't understand that everything I talk about does not affect a good landlord. Good landlords do not get these fines repetitively and accrue them over a year. These are bad landlords. I don't care who they are. They're bad landlords that are getting tickets for violations, or maybe some that just need some help. And I know the code department has been very helpful with individuals who might have had, a health issue or a financial issue that caused them to have that problem in code. But for the people who just, and we know who they are because we got records of their address, we need to work harder at that. And I would certainly hope that, Chris, that you and the mayor and the administration will kind of look, see what we have to do to make that a reality, to make our code enforcement department strong in the city, and waste away less of their time sitting in a courtroom waiting for a resolve, especially when it's postponed 2-3 times each time we have a situation. Our guys come off the street and have to go sit in a courtroom waiting for the judge to put out a decision. We need to be stronger than that. So that's what I would suggest, Dave. I like your idea, and I hope that some way the mayor and the deputy mayor can find a way to do something like that or push us in that direction. Council members, any other questions?
Chair, very frustrating indeed. I think you need state legislative approval for an in-house court that you're talking about. But Dave, do you have a number on how many violations maybe, the last couple of years, obviously COVID, tough years prior to COVID, just to give us some type of,
How many violations?
have been issued?
Well,
You
we've
can get
done,
back to us.
well, the number of violations, I mean, we could walk in and get 60 violations in one house,
But how many?
But the number so far to date, we've done 7896,
78,896.
including exterior and interior inspection. We've done 421 miscellaneous and 395 construction inspections. Last year, we did 5462 housing, exterior and interior. So that number's up. Construction's up by 2 inspections, and the miscellaneous is down. I think the miscellaneous is down is because people have been trained and they realize that it's not a miscellaneous violation. There's actually a code to it.
Chair,
Councilmember Men.
for inspections that are done annually for housing that is subsidized with a voucher, Troy Housing Authority, Unity House, do they contract with the city for those inspections or do they use an outside party?
Troy Housing has their own inspectors. Unity House has gotten away from us and they've got their own inspectors. So that money's down. Since previous years, Unity House doesn't use us anymore. They found that we were, I believe, a little too strict. So they stopped using us. They use us. They only use us when the problem is completely out of hand. And then they call us and ask us to go in.
So they're able to hire the inspectors that inspect and fine them?
I don't believe I don't know. I think they cut the money off like Troy Housing. Troy Housing, if the violations aren't corrected, then the landlord does not receive a check.
Okay. I feel like the city of Troy would be a more neutral party to be providing this service for some of our most, well, we could certainly budget the manpower, but if we have outstanding contracts with some of the largest landlords in the city who need annual inspections.
Well, they would have to ask us to do that. Previously, that was discussed with the administrations, the previous administrations. And then I believe 3 years ago, the CEO just stopped using us. They needed a certificate of compliance to move someone in, which means that exterior common areas, the apartment, the basement, no violations. We wouldn't go in any other units, but all common areas would be inspected. And they don't want to pay the $75 anymore for the inspection. And then there's a $50 fee for the certificate itself. So it works out to about $125.
Yeah. I just know that every other landlord doesn't really get an option when they accept a Section 8 voucher.
That's a great question.
So,
Section 8, we have nothing to do with Section 8 at all.
all right. Thank you very much for that information.
So how do they get that option? I mean, and do you feel that those outside entities that do these inspections are doing them with a good focus on Troy code or just getting through the process? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out.
I don't know who they hire. Ms. Scully, I don't know if they're in-house. I don't know if they hire a home inspector to go in. I don't know how they handle it at all. They just told us no longer will we be doing it.
Is that, I mean, I don't know. I
The
just.
mayors.
Yeah.
The inspections at Unity House and Troy Housing Authority and maybe some other entities are contracting out for are not code inspections. These are housing quality standards inspections that are required by the payor. So it does not diminish our ability to go in and do code inspections if we believe there are code violations there. We're not precluded from that. This is just to meet a contract requirement with DSS or HUD or maybe New York State, who's paying the rent. They want to make sure certain minimal housing quality standards are met. So we're talking about really two different things here. Code still has complete purview as it would with any other department in the city. So this is just to meet a payor's responsibility or criteria.
Yep. But Mr. Mayor, these large organizations like this, don't you think that we should, I mean, don't you feel that our city code department should have like some sort of annual inspection to make sure that beside their qualifications for their money, that we're making sure that these properties are being kept up to city code?
Well, they should be treated like any other landlord. So if we do annual inspections on every rental property, they should be
No, I'm
included.
large organizations up there where they have massive amounts of people because one incident there could be catastrophic. for
I don't know
others.
how we would legally treat them differently than,
No,
you know, Emily.
I'm just asking if we
Councilman
can.
Mem. I don't know. Mem.
I'm asking you to do it.
Yeah.
Is there an option?
I can't imagine that we could treat them differently. I think we would have some fair housing complaints if we did that.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
And oftentimes these bigger organizations, if they have subsidies, they're in a better position to reinvest in the properties. I'm going to guess that our greatest challenges, and Dave could confirm this or push back on it, but our greatest challenges are with the landlords who really are only looking for a pulse and a check each month.
Right, I get it.
Yeah.
All right, Councilwoman Men.
Is there a reporting mechanism that when for these outside inspectors that are guaranteeing that people, does that information ever flow to us?
No.
Oh.
We'll take
I-
complaints from the tenants. If the tenant complains, even if it's inspected by an outside agency, if the tenant calls us and complains, we go in and we'll do a full inspection.
Yeah, so I know that like in the past, council members have put forward the idea of doing a annual citywide code and certificate of occupancy inspector for every single apartment that when it opens up, and compared to like what other municipalities, what would be the staffing capacity required to do something like that?
To be honest, I don't know. I really don't. To start a program like that, even when we sent the landlord registry forms out, we got a pushback from that. As far as ROPs, you know, Cohoes, they do it. Albany does it, but these have been in place for 50, 60 years. Cohoes has, I believe, I wouldn't, write this in stone, but I believe that when a new student comes to school in Cohoes, they contact the city. Okay, we're getting a new student, he lives here. There's 3 schools in Cohoes. How many calls do you think the city of Troy would get every day for every new student that went to every school in the city of Troy? I would not have the manpower to keep up with that. I don't know how to do it. Willing to sit down and brainstorm about it, but I really wouldn't even know how to start that program.
Sure.
Council President.
Yep, switching gears. Thank you, Dave. Real quick, I noticed the revenues on page 9, the licenses and permits, and demolition, a couple of, the building and alterations permits. So page 9 under permits, building and alteration, down 100. Why would that be? And, I know that Andy said, development, but I mean, I would think that number would be going up. It seems like we have a lot of development. Then I noticed, I have no clue what the plumbing permits are, and that's not under you. And then I think for you that's it, but the building and alteration, do you know why that be down? Because they come to you for the permits, correct? Or your office?
We look to assess what's going to come in this year. Right now, what we're looking at, this project might happen this year, this project might happen next year. So we try to throw a number out there that's relevant. It's achievable. If building and alteration permits are $508,000 and we bring in $900,000, then we're all stars, I guess. You know what I mean? That's what we're looking to do. I don't want to highball anything because I don't want to give anybody, the thought that, code enforcement is going to come up with $900,000 this year. So we can just figure that that's going to be the number. When we actually really don't know. I mean, if construction starts and this year we've done pretty well, if construction starts in the spring and all these projects take off, and these hardware, these other projects, Kevin Vandenberg's project up in Second Avenue, if that takes off, and this is all money that we're really not looking forward to right now, but if we get it, then that's outstanding.
May I ask, what do we have to date, Andy, this year? Because we budgeted last year, 1.3. So you clearly, had high expectations.
$755 through October 14th.
Right, so,
It's lagging a little.
It's
Well,
I mean, I'm thinking, is that overly ambitious, the 1.2, now that I hear 755?
I think they do it. If I were to rank the top 3 most difficult revenues to budget on an annual basis, building permits would be, it's clear cut. It's sales tax, it's building permits, and we're talking about it soon, I hope. City water revenues are brutal. Those 3 are absolutely brutal to budget because there is so much variability to them. There's a very compelling argument to be made that building permits is the hardest one to budget. And I think that their methodology of they don't and it's Dave does a great job, Carla does a great job, Steve Strikeman does a great job. Everyone involved that does a great job because they don't just simply take the building value and multiply it by the formula to get the building permit number. They actually assign a probability that they think, and those 3 will know the best of what they think will come through. So it's diluted down in a sense that they're accounting for the assumption that this could not come to fruition because there's so many factors that could go into it.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Ann. That was really one of your better ones, historical trends usually.
Not all of them give
Thank you.
historical trends.
Thank you.
Council members, any other
There's a method
questions?
to the madness.
Dave, anything else you want to add on your budget?
No, I don't want to add anything.
I don't blame you. Andy, you got anything to add?
to date, with the building permits, barricade permits, demolitions, certificates of occupancy, vacant buildings, zoning letters, housing inspections. To date, we're at $950,496. That's what we've
Okay.
taken in.
Not bad. All right.
So that,
Thank you, Dave. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
Dave.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
I will enjoy the rest of it.
Holy cow.
No.
My my husband's on night.
I'll catch up to you.
9:20.
Any other questions for the
Yeah,
council about
good.
general services? Anything to ask the deputy mayor, the mayor, Andy or Chuck? Okay.
Thank you.
Take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, got a second?
Wait, second.
You got, yeah. All right. I guess we got to second it. Okay. All
Aye.
in favor, of adjournment. We're done. Thank you.
All right.
Chris is probably saying, oh my God, thank God. I had a few more questions. Wait, let's get, no.
Chris, my man.
Chris, I thought yours would be the easiest budget, but boy,
What a rate hike.
I'm not thinking.
Irene opens
right.
this one.
Irene,
Irene, it's
am
your
I on?
show.
I'm not on.
Thank you.
Public utilities, you have, Piani and Steve. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Now, I just want to put a plug in. My husband is on nights, so I do have to get out of here like in an hour. What do you
Make
think?
it Less than an hour?
That would be awesome.
It will
That
happen.
would be awesome. Council.
I- So let's just get to the bullets and let's start shooting.
Yep.
Let's do it, man.
What
Highlight.
page, Andy?
I think we start with.
217.
Yeah. Yep.
You have to, is it,
Okay, so good evening. We are here with the Public Utilities Superintendent Chris Wayland, Deputy Mayor Chris Nolan, Assistant Operations Manager Andrew Golden, and our favorite comptroller Andrew Petrowski. Our committee members, one of them is absent. Council member Steve Figueroa is absent. But we have council member Conley Wilson here. And if we want to stand up and pledge of allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we're gonna call to order at 9:25. Okay, so, we have other council members here. We have Councilmember Sue Steele, Councilmember Emily Men, Councilmember Jim Goley, and Council President ex officio Carmela Mantello. Okay, so, Andy,
yep.
take it
So,
away. Yep.
so the proposed budget includes a city water rate increase of 40 cents per 1,000 gallons. The proposed budget does not reflect any change to the city sewer rate. It is proposed that the city sewer rate remain at 3.232 per 1,000 gallons. You have a handout in front of you to show you the impact. I'll go through that in a moment. Just before we get started, we've talked at length throughout the hearings of the myriad of reasons that this budget had with mandatory increases, inflationary pressures, things of that nature. I think it's fair to say that the water fund, in particular, pipe and chemicals, which Chris can certainly speak much better to than I can, but those two alone the increases that the water fund had was at a greater magnitude than any other fund, which is resulting in this increase. To speak to the methodology of how revenues were arrived at, Chris and his team do a very good job of maintaining a spreadsheet of actual flows out of the water plant by local government. And the methodology was then used to look at the average of the last 5 years for each local government and the forecasted amount looking back at 5 years, and then averaging those two numbers together. The revenues, as you can expect, fluctuate by the climate of a summer. The wetter the summer, the lower the revenues. The drier the summer, the hotter the summer, the better the revenues. This year, third and fourth quarter billings we anticipate being very high. We can certainly address any individual questions. I'm sure there will be some about other local governments. However, you do have a handout in front of you to show you the impact that the 40-cent increase will have on residents.
Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Goley.
does this rate increase also flow on to the municipal programs that we have? Are they going to get the same increase as we're going to increase the taxpayers of Troy?
Not the wholesale communities, but those who will pay at the city water rate will pay a higher, will also pay. So it's about 50-50, correct?
Help me with that, Chris.
So there are some communities that are on a wholesale rate. They don't go through the pump stations. They don't go through much of our infrastructure. So it's a different rate for them. They're including Rensselaer East Greenbush. It's contractual. Waterford and Half Moon and Manans. But Scotticoke, Brunswick, Post and Kill, North Greenbush, they would all be affected by this rate increase.
And the ones that don't is only because they're contractual?
It's contractual. It's contractual rate for them that the city council approved.
Yeah.
Manans is actually a court ordered fund that comes through a calculation of portions of the budget. It's a mess. I'll be honest with you.
So, not that it means much, and I'm not to throw any wrenches here, but just my thought, when we do these new contracts, should we think about maybe some sort of stipulation in there that allows us to have flexibility when we have to put the pressure on the residents of Troy? I think everybody should have to take a little piece of that pie. So can we do something in those contracts to say, hey, if the rates go up, this contractual rate will go up by so much, or something we could do?
Many of the contracts have minimum flows. So if they use a 500,000 gallons, they're required to pay for a minimum of 1 million gallons a day.
Yeah.
That's what we put in there to try to change them from where they are to a city rate. It's contractual based on the amount of flow that they get, really, and the infrastructure that it goes through on our part to get it to them. To get water to Brunswick, it has to go through a pump station, it has to go through a tank. There's a lot more maintenance on that than just down the hill and across the river. So that's kind of where it varies there. Rensselaer East Greenbush, they have their own pump station. They have their own personnel at that pump station. That pump station is theirs to operate and maintain. So they take it at the wholesale rate and then they upcharge it to their residents. I think right now the residents are somewhere in a $6 per thousand rate. I think it's $5.95 or $6 something per thousand for Rensselaer East Greenbush.
Where are we at?
With this, it'd be $4.03.
403.
4.03, $4.03.
Sure.
Yes, Council President Mantello.
I apologize. I had to take a potty break. So not to make you reiterate, I need a commode. I need a commode. Anyway. So.
Let me just step over here a little bit. Go ahead.
Just the optics. Yeah, I'm sorry. TMI.
All right, let's go. We're getting late. 9:30. Let's
Okay, okay, come on now.
We're about to go home by Jeopardy.
Chris, so you're looking for, not you, obviously, but the department for a 4-cent increase per
Per thousand.
per thousand.
40 cents per
40,
thousand.
Thank you. 40. So stating that, I did notice, would increase our revenues, it looks like, by about almost 700K, the estimates. May I ask, when was the last rate increase? I think maybe 2018.
Last year.
It was, but wasn't that a wash with the sewer?
That was a wash with the sewer last year. Prior to that, it was back in 2006.
16 had a water rate hike.
No,
Yeah,
it had a sewer rate.
that
we had a
sewer
sewer
rate. Okay, that was a very big one.
The sewer rate was increased in either 16 or 17 for the CSO project. And the city water rate before 2022 had not been increased since I think 2006.
I guess, my biggest fear, my biggest concern, we're all getting smacked in the face, inflation, groceries, you name it. I just got the water bill without like even using more water that, went up. Not terribly, but it did go up. A lot of seniors, including, now give an example, my mom, a person, one in a household, not too far from you. She loves you, by the way, but and your dog, but stating that, she's getting smacked. So, why the rate increase? Why now? And, what's the thrust behind this? And I apologize. I really had to go.
Nope, that's fine. That's fine. As everybody knows, inflation, we're getting hit with energy increases. We're getting hit with increases across the board. Chlorine this year, just our chlorine. We bid it last year. It was $1,600 a ton. Currently, it's $2,800 a ton. And it's expected to double next year. So the materials and supplies line is question mark. This is the best I can throw at it, trying to predict where it might go. Ductile iron pipe has gone up over 400% this year. We put a lot of ductile iron pipe in the ground. It's going up over 400%. Energy increases. Our pump stations don't have little motors. It's got a 700 horsepower pump and two 500 horsepower pumps. Our electric bills went from $11,000 a month to $23,000 a month. And that has nothing to, it doesn't come to personnel. It doesn't come to, healthcare costs went up, but
yeah,
it's just the prices we have to pay, they're going up, and I don't know when it's going to stop.
It's never
I still have the floor.
Yeah.
I totally get that, but aren't we utilizing, Andy, some of the ARPA funding to try to supplement some of these inflationary costs? We did put 2 million aside for this year's budget. Wouldn't that supplement some of these costs?
That was in the general fund, not the water fund.
Nothing.
Not
to
a
do
penny
with
in the water fund.
Okay.
Not only the 2 million is exclusive to the general fund.
Okay. Good answer. But to take a step back, I totally understand all the costs, et cetera. If you didn't get that 40 cent, what would that do to the department? In terms of, would you be able to make ends meet? And, I think to the average person out there, okay, we might be able to suck it up, that $5, $8 increase a month. But at the same time, just the average Joe, they're going to look at it. Wait a minute. We own the water. We have Tom Hannick. Our rates are going up, but not everyone else's. And I get what you're saying. Some are, some aren't. Average Joe, wait a second.
So
We own the asset.
So from a financial perspective, if the water rate increase were not to pass, the water fund budget would be out of balance. It wouldn't just be 700 because you have the communities who pay the city water rate. So I'm going to just guess off the top of my head, somewhere between $750,000 and $800,000, the budget would be unbalanced. At that point, either the budget gets reduced and there's no discretionary spending increases in this budget, or the city ends up starting to raid the fund balance of the water fund. And that, there is a fund balance there, but to rely on that, it's gonna get depleted pretty quickly. And that has been used historically for capital purchases to avoid issuing debt in the water fund unless it's for, water transmission main replacements from the Tomahawk or other multi-million. The city does not issue debt for, water infrastructure work. Unless in my time here, it's been over $1 million. We've been able to self-fund it through the fund balance. So then there would be an impact. If we start depleting the fund balance for operations, there's an impact to the ability to self-fund costs for capital improvements for water infrastructure.
And no flexibility in terms of those contracts. Obviously you see some munis going up, you see some munis going down. Like I said, I get it. But
So the municipalities that are wholesale, they're based off the CPI. CPI this year was 8.5%. So it was more than the typical 2% that you would see. How the department would function if the rate weren't passed, I'd be going to the state health department asking what chemical I can cut. Can I cut chlorine? No, because we have to have a chlorine residual at the tap or we're in violation. Can I cut alum? No, we need that for a sedimentation process. It's required by the state. Can I cut lime? No, because we have to put the pH adjustment on there so the water is not corrosive to the lead service lines. When it comes to ductile iron pipe, what streets don't I fix? What main breaks do I shuffle around and say, all right, those 4 houses aren't getting it because I can get it to these 3 houses over here. Those are decisions I've never had to make, and I don't want to pick and choose. Our city takes pride in our water system. I get that. I don't want to have to penny pinch it either. We haven't done a rate. Last year was the first rate increase since 2006. Realistically, if we've gone up since 2006, 2% per year, it wouldn't be a 40% raise. It would be,
not 40%.
Not a
40
40-cent raise. It would be a 2 or 3 cent raise. But we're kind of behind the 8 ball, and the way the market's going, it's going up. Last year, before the pandemic, I used to be able to order 300 feet of pipe and have it in stock on the job in 5 days.
No, hard to find.
Now it's a year.
And, I did, Chris, I looked over your budget earlier today, and when I was looking at what we were budgeted for in 2022 and what we had to do throughout the year, budget transfers, my eyes almost popped out of my head. I guess the question is, why is it hitting your department, which I feel much harder than the others?
Not knowing the other departments
Right.
with specifics, I feel it's hitting us. Andy yells at me all the time. We have the most POs.
The most what? Sorry.
Purchase orders.
I gotcha.
We buy a lot of things to make sure the pumps work, make sure the filters work, to make
Yeah.
sure we have chemicals, to make sure the vehicles work.
Yeah.
We are a whole pretty much city in ourselves. So we have a lot of purchase orders out there. There's a lot of items that we purchase and everything is going up. You heard it from the auto mechanic.
I
What used to
was
be
astounded.
a sheet of metal for $120 is $500 right now. And we have no choice but to pay it because we need it.
Yeah.
These chemicals also have force majeure in them, as chemical bids, which is mandatory in the industry, which is part of the chlorine. Force majeure is that they can, with cause, but they can raise the price with that.
Okay.
And no other department, Gulf has chemicals. They have not had force majeure called on them, to my knowledge. He's had it called on, DPU's had it called on them multiple times this year.
Give me that definition again.
Force majeure, they can raise the price whenever the vendor
No caps. no caps.
reserves the right to
Sure.
Councilmember Gold.
Chair,
Council
Thank you.
President Still has the floor.
hurry up and get the dance over.
So force majeure means that for acts beyond what the company can control. I don't want to say acts of God, but acts beyond what the company control, the price has gone. They can't do anything about it. Then the cost has to go on to the consumer. At this point, that's the city. And it's where the price point is. It's supply and demand. It's the way the market is. It's hard to figure out.
I
It's
guess.
frustrating.
Yep, my just ultimate last on the increase at least. Are we exploring any avenues, or do we foresee any other customers coming in over the next year? You know, I know obviously Hoosick Falls was a potential, maybe not now, maybe is, but you know, we have this incredible asset and I know like seriously, your department takes so much pride and just does a phenomenal job. But do we see any potentially unanticipated revenue coming down the pike in terms of new customers, Chris? And wasn't Posting Kill maybe?
At this point, I don't see our customer base expanding beyond the communities we already serve. Within Post and Kill, they're still building out their system. People are still tying in every day. So it's a little bit more of a draw every day. I don't see us, Hoosick Falls, they went a different way at this point.
Okay.
I believe they're still evaluating, but they went a different way. I don't see us taking in another community, but the developments within the community also add. So when Brunswick has a cornfield that somebody puts in 500 apartments on,
Yeah.
that adds. When they add a Hannaford or a restaurant, that adds into the flow into that community.
With traffic. Sorry, just
Yes.
had to throw that in. And lastly, where was my thought? I apologize. Oh, shoot. Oh, nothing to do with the CFO, the transmission, totally separate. That is not adding to the 40-cent increase, correct?
Correct.
Your
Well,
whole,
So CSO, no. Water transmission main, yeah, I mean, it's carrying debt on it. However, as you'll see in the revenues when we get there, F 8300 2392 has a budget amount of $242,651 in it. That is the contractual contribution from the wholesale communities who, while they don't pay the city water rate, they don't pay the city water rate. There's a clause in their contract that says if there's infrastructure work, they must pay their pro rata share of the annual payment. That's an estimation as to what those communities would owe in 2023 based off of the corresponding debt, principal, and interest cost for the transmission line project.
I have a question. Chris, so with the summer that we had, did that cost a drive in the use of the chemicals?
so the chemicals are based on a specific dosage of what we have to add to keep a 1 part per million, keep the chemical dosage we have to keep it at. When the flows go up, we have to add more. When the flows go down, we add less. Obviously, it was a hot, dry summer. Flows were up. We went through more chemicals. But it was also a hot, dry summer for everybody in New York, so everybody went through more,
Yeah.
which puts more of a strain on the supply side.
Okay.
So yeah,
So that obviously drives up the cost also.
yes,
Okay.
but that's when we put our rate based on per 1,000 gallons. It's a price point within that per 1,000 gallon rate that covers the cost of everything we do in the department. So of that proposed $4.03, 10% goes here, 5% goes here. It breaks out to add up to that cost of water.
Chair.
Councilmember Gully.
Chris, what type of limitations do you face when you're out there looking for your product? Do you have to buy from certain companies or you have an open, like, can you look for what you need, chemicals you need from any vendor? Or are you limited to who you can do business with?
We put a bid out every fall for chemicals for the entire next year. And that's what we've always done that. Some municipalities are starting to look at doing that every 6 months. The problem they're seeing is The couple that have done it in New York that did it 6 months last year, we have a lower rate because our increase on our current contract was lower than their price point in July. So they only add on the cost of an increase, not the entire cost of what they think the increase might be 3 months from that bid point.
So you put that out to bid for what you need.
Yes. And we have certain companies that we make sure get a hold of the bid. And typically they're the past bidders of, past 10 or 15 years we have contacts with.
I was just gonna say, how do we get that out so that other companies or brokers that might not see where we put that out? Is there a way to make it so that they can get their eyes on those bids? Because maybe we're missing somebody. And that's first part. And second part is other municipalities that have water facilities, they use the same chemicals, right? Is there any reason why we're not bulking up? Like when I had a pizzeria over in Waterville, I was buying my product, but I didn't want to pay that price for that product. So I got 4 other pizzerias in Waterville to buy with me, and we bought pallets instead of boxes. And we saved pretty good money, over a period of time because we both bought together. Is there any kind of consciousness to look into that?
Every single one of our bids has the piggybacking language in it.
Say that again. I could put that up to your mouth.
Every bid that we do has the piggybacking language in it, where we can go off another municipality.
Yeah.
With the market in such a fluctuation,
Just not
the bidding is the vendor and the city have to agree to it.
Yeah.
They don't agree to any of them. There's a local community that cannot get chlorine. They bid it 3 times, cannot get it. They're under emergency declaration every time they need to do an order, and they're spending 4 times more because nobody will bid it because one of our companies, most of the companies, they get so much of a supply per year. So we take 10% of that supply. Somebody else takes 20% of that supply. They go up to that 100% supply. If you're not within that 100% supply, they can't bid anymore. There are communities that can't get it. To the point that Homeland Security is involved and the EPA is involved trying to get deliveries to these municipalities.
That's sad to hear.
It's
It really is. It's almost like you're being held hostage.
Yeah.
every time I talk to the mayor, it's like, what's the doom and gloom today, Chris?
No, I get it. That's kind of disgusting.
It's
They would do that.
Price gouging.
It's that kind of
It is
world, you
price
know what I mean?
gouging.
It is.
Yeah.
It's just a sense of getting the most they can for, what they
I-
got.
I didn't want to interrupt this conversation, but I do want to jump probably 15 minutes back because we talked about a couple different numbers as far as the monthly cost. So for an average family of 4, it equates to $1.68 a month or about $20 a year for the 40-cent increase. So I just want to be clear on that number. So that's what we because I heard a couple different, but it's $1.68 a month.
Chair,
Yes, Council President.
what are you basing the gallons on? for
A
an
family
average
of,
family of
a
four?
family of 4 with 2 young kids, take baths every night.
Okay, how many gallons?
Kids or
though?
adults?
So this is my bill.
'Cause I'm
So,
looking-
so what you have in front of you is my family's bill for the last 3 quarters that we've been billed. So my family from May to August used 10,918 gallons. I exclude the county sewer from this methodology.
So, I apologize. So Andy, so you're saying like, look, from 511 to 810, that your bill was only
No,
74
I
bucks?
exclude county sewer from this calculation.
Okay,
This is strictly city water, city sewer rates.
that's the problem right there. People see their water bill. Boom. Chris, what are you doing to me? It's not spelled out when even me, I see the water bill and you don't want to know mine. I mean, I have a family of 4 with a pool. I mean, it's insane. I don't even water my lawn, but saying that, it's not spelled out.
So if you put the county sewer on here, and I don't
You're
put
talking
the,
$100.
so if I put the one, I don't know what the county sewer is gonna do next year. They may raise their rate, so I don't want to put something out there right now that says they're not changing their rate, and then they change the rate, and if people watch this, they're gonna come back and say, well, the city at their budget hearing put out documents and said they're not changing the rate.
But
The second-
historical trend.
But the second piece of this is if the county sewer was listed on here, my bill still would increase. If the county sewer was on here and the county sewer didn't change their rate, my increase would still be $4.37 for the quarter. And if you go down,
Per month.
no,
Or
per
quarter.
per quarter.
Per quarter.
Per quarter. If you go to the second, where we use 12,876 gallons, my bill, including county sewer, would increase $5.15. Now, if the county sewer was on the sheet or not, my increase would be $5.15 for the quarter. And for the third quarter that I added, my increase would be $4.76 with or without county sewer in the analysis. Again, assuming that they don't change their rate. They used to change it all and I don't include it because in my time at the city, there's been years that they increased it every year. There's been times now that they haven't increased it. So I don't like to make that assumption.
Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
So, let me steal one of your words. Historically, in the past, when we raised water or transition sewer, there always seems to be a bump in the county cost. Like they're raising it up, every time we raise it, they kind of bump it up. And I mean, that's what I've noticed, and I could be wrong, but it has kind of looked like every time that we upgrade our pricing for water and sewer, that the county steps up and adds a little something in there too. Would you say that's kind of realistic
So
historically?
I could say a couple things. One is they are under the same strains that we are. They have pipe, they have chemicals, they have pump stations, they have electric bills. They're having the same increases that we're seeing. They have the same unknowns for next year that we have for next year. It's convenient for them that we bill for them because we get yelled at that the bill is skyrocketing when 2/3 of the bill is the county sewer.
Do we charge them for that service?
Yes.
Good. Get a little back in that 911 service. to pay for.
But yeah, when you get a water bill, you open it up. I just open it, I look at the number and I shriek, but we actually open the bill, it has city water, city sewer, county sewer. It's all based off of the meter. Our minimum bill is 5,000 gallons.
Yeah.
So if you use 4,000 gallons, you get billed for city water and city sewer at 5,000 gallons. Their minimum bill is
8,500.
13,500 gallons.
Per house?
So per quarter. So Andy's bill that you're looking at 10,900 gallons didn't hit their minimum yet.
It would take more
He
showers.
still got billed for the minimum sewer, city, county sewer charge.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
What
are you
again,
doing
back
to
to my
those
question.
kids?
I'm just saying, back to my question, it
bad.
just seems that in the past, when we raised our rate, the counties raised theirs. And it seems like it happens all the time, whether they're in detriment or not.
And
Uh,
just knowing a little bit about the county sewer, they have gone through the pump stations. They've done some upgrades that were required by consent orders at their treatment plant. They spent a lot of capital money upgrading their systems. So to cover for that, obviously the rate goes up to cover for it. To the extent, I don't know the details. I just know they've done a lot of work. As they're part of the CSO program, we were able to take a lot of credit for the work that they did. So a lot of the money that they spent is credit that we could take on our consent order. So it did help us in a roundabout way, but our rate does go up because of it.
All right.
Anybody else have any questions?
I'm sure we'll, yeah, I'm sure we'll follow up, Chris. Oh, oh.
I gotta get my beauty sleep.
It's not gonna help.
My queen. I'll do so.
I mean, we don't need
Thank-
beauty
Oh,
sleep.
I like
You're
what-
already beautiful.
I
enough.
like what you told me. It doesn't count now. It's too late.
All
All
right,
right,
Mitchell,
let's go.
let's keep moving along.
Yeah. I think they're tired
getting
and
punchy.
delusional.
Chair.
Getting punchy.
I know.
So typically at this point, we just go page by page, but if you have any specific
No,
questions, please.
no, just
The
give us
personnel
something.
is something it is what it is. The health insurance is something, workers' comp is something that Andrew
Put
takes
that up
care
for
of.
the Lakers.
Yeah.
The 100 lines, which is the personnel, it is what it is. It's contractual. The health insurance and workers' comp is what it is. That's what Amy put in there. Pretty much the only lines I get to play with are 200, the 300s, and the 400s.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
So will that go out?
So our auto mechanic helper, in order to become an auto mechanic, you need a CDL. He just obtained a CDL, the helper, and he will be moving up into the auto mechanic position. And then we'll be looking to fill the auto mechanic helper position. We have a couple of applications to go through for that.
And Chair, these,
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
these were the lines that I noticed, you know, gas, for instance, we budgeted 100, current budget 170, 125, 140, 60 for vehicle repairs, 105. So saying that we did mid-year transfers, and I mean, that attests to what you're saying in terms of the costs. Like it just blew me away. And you think about it when we're actually doing the transfer, but you think about more when you get toward the end of the year and say, wow, I mean, that, you know, really was a jump.
You look at the big number when it's in front of you at the council meeting, but to actually see it throughout the entire year
Right.
and then try to adjust for next year, it hits hard.
Yeah, I mean, gas, you probably under budgeted will be
Yep.
you know, midway next year, unless something dramatically changes,
Right.
you know?
But again, we have to forecast based on what we have, and what we have is it's not going
Right.
to go down.
Yeah. I'm not
Get it.
sure what page I saw it, transmission consultant. Did that go up, the consultant for the transmission?
Consultant services and transmission.
Touch on,
Oh,
just to
I
make the
apologize.
council aware of something on page 225, the contingency, just to make you aware of future legislation. The contingents, that's the money that we use from closed capital projects. Chris and I have started talking about any money that's remaining in that at our last meeting, which will probably be December 15th. Moving that money in a fashion that it is available as a contingency and or for capital purchases into the 2023 fiscal year, so that if the bids come back for chemicals and they're even higher than we thought, then there's at least some stopgap funding that will be available for him at the start of the year as well. Because as he noted, his chemical bid goes out as kind of an unknown heading into the budget process itself. So that legislation could be forthcoming depending on the ending balance after future transfers.
And Chair,
Yes, Council President.
I
Martell.
did hold those 2 pages. We didn't have that last year, correct?
Usually there's no contingency in the water fund. It's only there this year from budget adjustments that we did mid-year where we closed the slew of open prior year capital plans, moved it back to the water fund and then have used that to fund a lot of the overruns that we've seen this year.
So going back to your other question about the consultant services and transmission on page 238. Yes, we did increase that. At the public meeting, it was noted that we have to start replacing with concrete sidewalks. And I'm looking for a plan to replace with concrete sidewalks. I am also looking for that to be paving for any main breaks we have during the winter. Right now, it's kind of a mishmash of just trying to find somebody to pave some of the larger main breaks. I want to have a fund available that I can get that done in the spring.
And who would you consult with? Do you have folks on call for
Well,
that?
even the contractors that we hire would come out of consultant services. So a Talon or a Callanan, they would come out of consultant services.
Do you still use Camp Dresser for the purification? Or- Yeah.
We do. We're actually looking at trying to put out another RFP soon, or RFQ for engineering services.
Okay. They've been on for a while, haven't they?
Yes. Yep. Just so you know, CDM Smith, it's Camp Dresser and McKee. Camp himself actually designed the water plant back in the 60s.
I knew there was some connection many, many moons ago.
We have one of the earliest client numbers in their books.
And for any new council members, if you haven't taken a tour, it's pretty phenomenal what goes on up there. It really is.
All right.
So,
All right, next.
yeah, if you got nothing more for water, we can get right into sewer, which is even,
Let's get to the sewer.
253.
Chair, I'm so sorry. I
That's
did
Council
notice a
President.
couple positions that weren't filled that you lined out. I
yes.
did notice a couple water maintenance person.
Yep.
It's tough to fill, I take it.
They
or
require a CDL, and if you look at
another one.
anywhere you go through, trying to get a CDL driver is very difficult. The state can't find them, contractors can't find them, and if they do find them, they pay a lot more than we do. So that's where they go.
Yes. Yep. I'm having that problem.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's very hard.
Chair.
Yeah.
Also, Angie, is there anything in the water fund bonds that we should be looking at or?
All the debt for water fund, just like all the funds has been moved, shifted out to debt service fund. So those have been zeroed out, and then there's an interfund transfer for debt service fund that's there. In 2023, an outstanding bond is paid off, and then it's replaced by the debt costs related to the transmission main project. So the debt does stay somewhat level in the water fund next
Oh,
year.
I see. So you zeroed out the others and then page 251, put it under debt service.
Yes.
All right.
Is there anything else in water, or you want to move on to sewer?
Good, right?
We'll go to sewer.
Okay. Sewer is usually. Sewer is a lot smaller budget. If you look at the revenues on page 253, you'll notice line G 8100 2120 0722 is the Rensselaer County Sewer District. We do have a contract with them for both billing and maintenance. So there is a rental agreement with the Rensselaer County Sewer District that they rent a portion of our sewers to get the sewage from Brunswick to their interceptor, from North Greenbush to their interceptor, and from Scotticoke to their interceptor. Those agreements are outdated, and we are in the process of renewing them. Along with that agreement is the billing agreement. There is a separate agreement to bill on their behalf. What that covers is personnel, software, mailings, that sort of thing. They put money in towards our ability to bill on their behalf. That is another agreement that has to be updated relatively soon. So we don't want to budget for it yet until we know what that number is going to be.
Yes, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
When do you estimate that kind of being wrapped up, or where are you in that process?
We've been working on that for about 2 years.
All right.
And with varying attorneys that want to get involved at certain times and then don't want to get involved at certain times, it kind of comes up and then stalls off. And then it's been a conversation that has to be had one way or the other.
So is that like the main issue that's happening, is not having like consistent attorneys throughout that, or is there other barriers?
Yes, that's the main issue, is trying to get them all in a room at one time to agree to it.
Gotcha. I'm sorry that that's the case.
Chair.
Councilmember Gully.
Departmental income, sewer rents dropping down almost $300,000. Yet we just raised the rate to make it 100% of the water, last year, the year before?
So it's.
I'm understanding how do we lose that kind of the value out of that?
So in 2022, before 2022, the city sewer rate was 100% of the city water rate.
Yeah.
2022, it went to 89 and change % of the city water rate. As part of the proposed budget, it would then go to 70% of the city water rate.
Is that because we're increasing the water?
But we're not increasing city sewer. The
Revenues
legislation,
coming in at that level we had it, shouldn't that maintain the same?
it's multiplied by about 25 numbers of the percentage. We strictly take the city water revenue number and multiply it by the percent of the budget that it, by the percentage of the city water rate that it is, city water revenues.
I guess that confused me a little because one.
So it would be
Got
higher.
crushed.
So the legislation, the way the way the sewer rate legislation has always been, it is a percentage of the city water rate. It's never been set as X. It's always been a percentage thereof. If that legislation was to hold into the 2023 budget, the city sewer rate would also be increasing. It is not increasing. We're keeping it at 3.232 per thousand gallons. So then the percentage of the city water rate that it is then goes down from 89 to 70% rounded.
I guess I'm.
I understand what you're
terms,
saying.
Not accounting terms, but I'll just say, a smart guy once told me, what comes out must go down. So it comes out of it comes out of faucet, it's gotta go down to the sewer. I'm just confused because we're raising the rate of water. But the sewer rate we had isn't changing, it's transitioning over the
So
price of water. Is that
what we're
you're
also confused with is we're not looking at volume. So it's not like I'm taking 1 million gallons of water on the water rate.
Yeah.
Which will be, times 4.03. I'm taking 1 million gallons of sewer at the sewer rate, which will be, at a lower rate. What we're looking at is just numbers. It's based on the flows. So when you take the 2022 rate at the 2022 water rate, look at the revenues, the flow could have changed, but the number went up because we increased the water rate for the budget. So we may be looking at the 2022 flow was 40 million gallons. The 2023 flow might be 37 million gallons. And then you multiply that by the sewer rate, which gets you a lower number.
It's almost like soccer.
That common core.
Why I said it was one of the top 3 hardest revenues to budget.
I think that's tougher than building permits.
Yeah. All right. We'll have a meeting. You know, we're gonna be talking. You realize I just had to do it. We will be sitting down about this. No, they're not. They're getting their tickets. All right, where are we now? Let's- Huh?
Like, we're missing the opportunity for the joke.
I'm just thinking that I'm missing a battery in my calculator. Now, and I'm ready to wait till I
Chair?
replace it.
Yes,
Yeah,
Council
I
President
think we're all
Mantello.
getting punchy.
No.
The one thing I didn't understand, Chris, in the public utilities under sewers, for sanitary sewers, sorry, is this year you have minus 22,800. But obviously the prior year was 181, you're budgeting for 165. What happened?
When you see a negative in the current budget, that's a carryover purchase order issue that we then clean up this time of year. That's how we find them.
So did we not purchase?
No, it's a accounting system error that we then go in and manually fix.
We purchased.
They purchased, the accounting system is old and finicky.
You're not that old.
Now I'm really confused.
I think it's older than I am.
You are the accounting system. I don't get that. All right, I know. Well, I laid that to listen.
Yeah.
All right.
Anybody have any other questions?
So,
I've, Chair.
Councilmember Men?
Andy, this is more of a question for you. Are there any limitations from Treasury for applying any of our remaining ARPA funds for capital purchases for either water or sewer?
That's an interesting question. I would want to get an opinion on that because you could make the argument there is, but there's a carve out for what is deemed allowable for water and sewer specifically, whereas the general fund uses for capital are much more open ended.
there could be an argument with COVID. One of the ways you find COVID is through your sewer system. And if it opens up an opportunity for us to be able to explore using some of our remaining ARPA funds to help at least get some of the materials that you need so that we can improve infrastructure or at least be ready.
There's a specific carve out for water and sewer infrastructure work within the final rule itself. That's why I say it's complicated, because there is that carve out section on water and sewer infrastructure. That then goes back to other federal programs.
Okay. I think it would be, if you think that like you can get a decision, if there, that would be very informative to us as we're moving forward with more disbursements of the remaining ARPA funds.
Any other questions?
Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I'm just curious in terms of like these budgets, the vacancies, where do you know kind of where you are? I'm looking at the sanitary sewer. It looks like there's 2 or 3. Is that the same kind of issue with the water fund or?
Yes.
3.
Yeah, it's the same, similar issue. I need those positions. I need the people. At some point, I hope I can fill them. I do have a couple that are interested in coming to the city that do have CDLs that I can fill. But the sewer department needs a few more. The water department has, I don't want to say a lot. They have enough to survive. We could always use more. But a few years ago, I added some extra spots in there, hoping to get a construction crew, and I was not able to fill them. So those are the ones on the water side that I pulled out.
Gotcha. All right. Great, thank you.
All right, moving along.
Is that it?
That's it. Hit the sewers. You're done.
Okay, take a motion to adjourn.
So moves.
Not on that committee.
I know, but
I'll make Sophia.
Yeah. All right, well,
Irene can second.
I'll second it. Aye.
10, 13.
Chris, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you for
Thank
the
you.
explanation. Andy,
You like
Everybody,
going
thank you.
second,
we got it.
Chris, don't you like